Okay, hello everyone, I'm Max Peter. I'm really excited for the Season 2 patch that is coming at April 17. And today, at April 11, we have the patch notes already released. I have to open it here, but I believe there is here in the description of the last epoch. Here, it's here. From the last epoch YouTube channel. So I have here the patch notes. It was released 2 hours ago. I have here the video where they explain many things about it. Was released 92 minutes ago. Then let's check this and cover what we have to wait for those videos.
Hello, travelers. I'm Judd
Okay,
Kobler, game director for Last Epoch, content.
No. I am turning it off. I need to listen, bros. Ready? Let me just remove. I will place. Okay, let's see.
Hello, travelers. I'm Judd Kobler, game director for Last Epoch and founder of 11th Hour Games. I'm excited to tell you more about the long-anticipated content coming in Season 2, called Tombs of the Erased, releasing on April 17th. For Season 2, we took more time and focused on the things that our players were telling us they'd like to see next, like expanding the endgame, more content variety, balance, and more. Season 2 is truly a massive update, and there's plenty to cover, so let's dive in. In Season 2, you are introduced to the Woven, a new in-game faction.
Oh, there will be a cinematic.
A titan who seeks to create a new world
for the first time.
Void and other imperfections. When exploring the Monolith of Fate, you'll encounter procedurally generated tombs and cemetery side zones, in which the Weaver has been experimenting.
Oh, very nice environment. That's nice.
With souls and memories to make her new world.
Nice
The Woven
graphics.
seek to perfect the Weaver's design by sending the traveler to the tombs and cemeteries to cull her flawed creations. These tomb and cemetery side zones are the foundation for interacting with our new in-game systems.
Look at the new enemies.
Inside these zones, you'll find the Woven, who have captured
Big
souls
spiders.
for the Weaver and wrapped them in cocoons. Breaking these cocoons open will release the souls, which will then flee and possess nearby enemies. Possessed enemies gain new abilities and increased health and damage, and when slain, drop
You're the
memory
mage?
amber, a new currency used in the Weaver faction. You want to collect as much memory amber as you
Well,
can.
let's just check that, because I
Possessed
believe
enemies
that
gain
is a
new
champion.
abilities and increased health and damage, and when slain,
So
drop
he's
memory
fighting the
amber,
mage,
a new
but here in the corner we have a big enemy. I believe it's one of the champions that will be released in the Season 2. But as we can see, he's in a cemetery, a new area. And we saw the cocoon, and the cocoon gave the mage new abilities.
new currency used in the Weaver faction. You want to collect as much memory amber as you can throughout the zones. Tombs and cemeteries will end with a unique boss fight that, if
Let me just get my chat here. Thanks, Jude. I need to get the YouTube chat now. 1 second. Okay, we're on. And new enemy here as well. Nice.
completed, will reward you with the ability to access the Woven Enchanter, which can enchant one of your class-specific idols.
Let me just roll back a little.
Want to collect as much memory
Embers,
amber,
so
a new currency used in the Weaver faction. You want to collect as much
is
memory
that
amber as
green
you can
orbs?
throughout the zones.
That green orbs.
Tombs and cemeteries will end with a unique boss fight that, if completed, will reward you with the ability to access the Woven Enchanter, which can enchant one of your class.
Enchant a class-specific idol with Weaver Touch, imbuing it with the ability to gain enchanted affixes. So it's not like the equipments that have Weaver will, and killing enemies will make it appear new affixes. You have to go to the Weaver tomb, slay the boss, place the idol here, and then use enchant to convert some of the Weaver points from the idol to other things. So that's what I understood.
Specific idols.
And then you
Enchanting an
change.
idol via the.
Let's see here. So he have 3 weavers touch here. He spent some of the new currency. He have 2,500 here, and cost 500 to use the memory ember. So you need to get this memory ember currency as well. Come to the Wolf Enchanter, spend about 500 memory ember, and trade Weaver's Touch to a new affixes to the idol. I believe idols will be hard to get, to have good idols. I believe here is where we're going to struggle most.
The Woven Enchanter will add a new affix of a random tier and an amount of Weaver's Touch. Weaver's Touch is converted to randomly upgrade the affix applied and or add an additional affix to the idol.
Let me see this. Weaver's Touch 5 and 3 armor while transformed. 1 rage gain per second while transformed. Primalista adorned idol. So when you get in the tomb, you're going to upgrade this or give another affixes. I don't know how many affixes slots we have for the idols. That was not.
It can also be upgraded if there's additional.
So we have 2 affixes here. The 3 can be upgraded to 19, and 1 rage was not upgraded. Just the armor while transformed. Moreover, the 5 Weaver's Touch were traded, and we got 5% increased critical chance and 3% increased critical strike multiplier.
Additional Weaver's Touch to be converted, much like the Weaver's Will mechanic. These may have up to 2 enchanted affixes total. This conversion of Weaver's Touch happens as you gain experience while having the idol equipped. The first enchantment of an idol is free. Re-enchanting the same idol costs memory amber.
You enchant any idol, so he can become Weaver in a Wolf Enchanter. Enchant class specific idol with Weaver's Touch, combined with the ability to gain enchanted affixes. So after
each time and reroll.
And then you get 1 affixes, random affix, and some of the Weaver's Touch.
A new enchantment affix, replacing the previous affixes.
So if you enchant it again, you can use like Wolf Enchanter 2 times, or you have to find another tomb. So we got 3 Weaver's Touch again, and the affix were changed. Nice.
Keep non-class idols competitive. We've added new idols.
We have new idols. This is a humble idol. Believe physical resistance. I don't understand what's the difference.
Subtypes with more powerful modifiers as well.
More powerful modifiers. Well, health and health regen. Well, before it was only health. That's example.
Completing a cemetery, the larger of the 2 types of side zones, will also get.
No. Look at this. It's a big. Whoa, that's a big tree. It's a big monolith. And we have things here I didn't understand yet, but by what I believe, let's see in the video. We got, what I'm thinking, we got one of these and place here, and we'll have another thing. So we have to collect those tokens and place in the weavers inside the monoliths. That's better than I imagined, much better.
Access to an altar of the weaver. Altars are used to place the weaver's constructed realities into the echo web, which take form as and are called woven echoes. Woven echoes are a new special itemized type of echoes, glimpses into the weaver's new world that introduce a lot of exciting new content and rewards to Last Epoch's endgame. These drop from enemies within tombs and cemeteries and can be purchased from the Woven faction NPC, Mask.
So,
Woven echoes
no, let me just rewind here. I was lost in my mind.
These drop from enemies within tombs and cemeteries and
drops from enemies in tombs and cemeteries, and also be purchased from the Woven faction NPC, Mask. So for Mask, we have to spend the embers, the Woven token there. I forgot the name. So here it is. Look at the mouse here. He has 400,000 of this. I don't know if this is a real number for a player or it's just an admin showing. But with this, we can buy the Woven Echoes And having the woven echoes, we have different place in the inventory. As you can see, we have items, keys, and woven echoes. So we don't have to every time open the inventory and send to the cache. This is good. So there's here another inventory. They're showing the inventory how it's going to work.
Woven Echoes will provide new challenges and objectives, such as access to brand new bosses like the Draw Queen and Ignixoros the Antipode Dragon, or enhanced versions of existing bosses like Majasa with new abilities, and even an Uber version of the pinnacle boss Aberoth introduced in Season 1. But beware, defeating Uber Aberoth is only accomplishable by the most skilled players and powerful characters in Eterra. There are many powerful rewards tied to Woven Echoes, such as unique
Unfortunately, they didn't show the new abilities for Majasa or the Uber Aberoth that everyone is waiting to face now.
forges, giving you special ways to craft items.
Let me see. Run prison complexes. A run master fortress from which run prisons are temporarily displaced, and the arcane experiments they create are sealed away. Defeat the wardens to lower the barrier around the thaumaturgy device and craft your own experimental items. What? I can craft my own experimental items. How could that be? 1 Wilver 3 point already earned from completing this woven echo. Minimum corruption 100.
Not found anywhere else in the game.
Oh look.
Access to new unique items only found by defeating these bosses.
Boss woven echo. So let's see. That was a Exiled Mage echo. So no, this is a crafting woven echo where there are multiples mages you have to kill. Mages are not an easy enemy, so you have to kill many of them. So you need to be strong, stronger than the minimum that you use it to play in the same corruption in previous in this season that we're now.
Anywhere else in the game. Access to new unique items only found by defeating these bosses. And
we have new bosses from the boss woven echo that drop unique items. So we have here boss woven echoes. Lay Heropix Orion, Seeker of the Shards, up on the summit of his war camp. Always drop a unique melee weapon. Place at altar of the Weaver and complete echo to earn 1 Weaver 3 point.
And even ways to accelerate in-game progression for alt characters by bringing a timeline's corruption up to match the corruption of another character's timeline. We'll go over.
Let's just read this. If you have one character that has high corruption in any of the monoliths, when you have a second or third character, a side character, and you want to re-enter the monoliths, you don't need to scale it from 0. You can use this to make it equal to your other characters. So if I have 1,000 corruption in a monolith and I spend like many hours to do it, I can do this with just one run with Confluence of Oblivion. Defeat a shade of Aurobis of each type to reset this timeline web of echoes and gain corruption based on the highest corruption reached in any timeline by any character with access to the same stash as this one. Place at the altar of the Weaver and complete echo to earn 1 Weaver 3 point. So I just need to remember, or we just need to check where to place this, but there is this mechanic.
Up to match the corruption of another character's timeline. We'll go over some woven echoes momentarily.
Oh, look at this, so beautiful. So beautiful, see.
So far, there are 37 different types of woven
Look
echoes
larva.
being introduced with
Look those
Season 2
larvas.
and more to come. Once you've found and completed your first cemetery, you'll catch the attention of Mask, the Weaver's High Priest, who will bring you to the Haven of Silk to tell you more about the woven.
So here's the woven faction. Weaver 3 points. You get Weaver 3 points at every rank. So I don't know how the maximum, but how do we gain Weaver reputation? We need to gain reputation. It's just like the Merchants Guilds and COF. We need to gain reputation.
And then invite you to join them.
One,
Joining and
one,
gaining
one,
rank with
one,
the
one,
Woven will allow you
two,
to unlock
3.
more.
So 8, 9, 10, 13 points for the Weavers 3.
Woven echoes and give you access and points to spend in the new Weaver's Tree.
So here's the Weaver's Tree.
Weaver's Tree allows you to influence the encounters and rewards in the Monolith of Fate, providing more agency over your in-game experience. Some options include having a chance for arena.
So let's see this slowly, because here there are many
And
show
points to
it
spend
things.
in the new Weaver's Tree.
Here, Xeric's 8. You have 7% chance for Xeric to join you in your Echoes, who fights alongside you and increase your gold drops significantly. So we'll have a mercenary that will increase the gold drops by 85% per point. So remember, you have at maximum 13 points. If you have, so you are playing more or less like 1 and 11, 12 echoes. Xeric will come and will help you with lots of gold. That almost double your gold for that echo. I don't know if this is very good, but here in the Woven's 3, there are a place where we can generate many golds. I saw that an image from this tree here, and I already read it every of those that are being showcased here. So let's see, Xeric's 8.
The Weaver's Tree allows you to influence the encounters and rewards.
You see as well that, let's return. He has 15 unspent points. He has memory embers. I don't know. You need to use memory ember to respec. So we need to collect memory ember. If you want to respec this, it's possible. We can respec here. Okay, this is good.
The Weaver's Tree allows you to influence the encounters and rewards in the Monolith of Fate, providing more agency.
Pile of runes. Oops.
Allows you to influence the encounters and rewards.
We will have a chance for a pile of runes to drop when you complete an eco objective. Pile of runes chance, 10% per point. When you complete an echo, when you finish an echo, before you go to the monolith entrance, so there's those items popping. We have 10% chance. We've put 2 points. There's double chance to drop runes, a pile of runes. This would be good to go after runes of creation and the new runes like runes of Ravok. That will help a lot. So if you are lacking runes, this can be a good option.
In the Monolith of Fate, providing more agency.
Most over for the Merchants Guild. In the Circle of Fortune, you can use the prophecies to go before runes. So I don't know if this is good for Circle of Fortune, but it's an option.
Over your in-game experience.
Rare enemies have additional chance to drop dungeon keys and dungeon key charms. When I read this, I was thinking, what are dungeon key charms? That was not revealed yet. Let's see if in the video or in the patch notes we can deduct something.
Experience. Some options include
Dual Destruction. Champions have a chance to appear in pairs in your echoes. So there are these stronger enemies. Okay, I read it a bit from the patch notes here. Let's go for champion. Champion is a Vecan. Okay, let's control. Oh, what the heck? There are I need to Woven the monoliths, the dungeon here in the monoliths, I believe. Sure, that in echo changes, spire changes, definitely loot. other objectives. And let's see if I find champion. Champion in English is with an. No. I'm terribly. Arena Echo, Spire Chance, Order, K Charms here. K Charms are a new item Season 2 that can be used at the entrance of any dungeon to modify your dungeon experience. There are currently two types of Key Charms, Portal Charms and Scale Charms. Portal Charms can be used to the entrance of any dungeon to create a portal that will take your whole party directly to the boss. Whoa! Directly to the boss. Using the portal charm will apply random floor modifiers to the boss as through head through the dungeon normally. So you just skip the dungeon and go directly to the boss. This is amazing. You can go for Joa without having to go through the labyrinth. This will save lots of time. And go with directly party, so you have people with you. Only one has to use the portal charm. You can then, oh, let's go there, let's make a cycle, and everyone can benefit from it. Scale charms. Scale charms can be used at the entrance of any dungeon to greatly increase the spawn rate of loot lizards found during that room. Scale charms cannot be brought, they are only dropped by enemies. So scale charms are only dropped by enemies. Portal charms, there's nothing telling me that I can't buy it. Black Market K Trader. The Black Market K Trader can be found in the Myogica Upper District and will trade 3 keys of any kind for a portal charm. So, this is a good way to start stack keys. So I can trade it for portal charms, or I can trade it. No, I can't trade it for scale charms. Not possible. But I can trade it for portal charms. This is nice. Respawning. So if you die at the dungeon, you have to you can use a K, another K, to return during a dungeon boss fight. If you are in a party, all players have died. Only one party member just needs to spend a K to respawn. So you can respawn again to face the boss. You can spectate. Class and skill upgrades, that's not here. The champion here, champion, I read it. Champions. Here I read it this champions. So let's read about champions. Add a new class of enemy, champion, to the game. Let's just increase here so you can read as well. Champions are a subset of rare enemies with unique names and more powerful abilities. 20 champion enemies have been added for Season 2 across the game. Champions will be larger than other enemies and have an orange highlight to distinguish themselves as a champion enemy. Champions are based on existing enemies but have added and altered abilities. So we can have like a red scorpion champion, we can have the siege golem champions, or anything like a lizard champion, maybe. Each champion has 3 random mods, a prefix and a suffix, like in other hairy enemies, and a new champion mod that grants it an extra ability. Champions can spawn in the campaign, in dungeons, and the monolith, but they only spawn in areas of level 6 and above, really early in the game. Champions also always drop an item with a sealed champion affix. This is interesting because what is a champion affix? We have the experimental affixes that comes from the mage. So what now we have the champion affix that comes from the champions. And this will change the game completely because we have new affix that comes from champions and from them only. So I can't craft those. That depends on the champion's mod. For example, a Volcano champion will always drop a belt with the Volcano champion's affixes. And remembering, if the Volcano Champions affix is tier 1, I can use the Run of Havoc to make it a tier 7. So we don't know what's the Volcano Champions affix yet. Champion affix are a subtype of personal affix, and as such cannot exist as shards, so it's not craftable. Items with champion affix are always rare or exalted. Example: one maximum companion here. One maximum companion and increase minion damage. This is an absurd for builds. One maximum companions. This is absurd. Whoa, Primalist and any Acolyte build that you use anything that summon companions, this is good. Chance to cast Electrify on hit, and chance to cast Smite on hit with throwing attacks up 10 times. Whoa, 10 times per 2 seconds. What's the chance of you cast Smite for directly cast, so you can cast it 10 times per or 5 times per second? Almost impossible. But with this affix here, with throwing attacks in a Sentinel build, we can have Smite or Electrify or both up 10 times just 5 times per second. Amazing. Those affix are already blowing my mind, and I just read it too. X minions teleport around you after you use a traversal skill and increased minion damage. This is already like the experimental. We already have one like this. Increased spell damage and chance to lightning blast to a chain 4 additional times. Lightning blast. Well, this may be a mage. I don't know every skill name in the game, so probably a mage skill. Word per second and percent of current health converted to word when you direct cast a necrotic spell. This will be really amazing for Lich and Warlock, maybe the Necromancer, but when you cast a necrotic spell, we have things here. It's like the Hearth of Kratos relic. I was playing Lich on the past days, and with more of this would be really amazing and able to have lots of words. Add melee damage and 1 charge for Void Cleave. So we have a boots that already gives 1 charge for Void Cleave, and with this affix we can have another Void Cleave charge, and with this many Void Cleave charges, I believe that we're not going to suffer waiting for the cooldowns. Champions also have a small chance to drop exceptional loot, such as a pile of uniques. Champion encounters and their rewards can be influenced by nodes in the Weaver's tree, and that is what I'm showcasing here in the video. So let's go back for the video. Champions have a chance to appear in pairs in your echoes. So they are difficult, okay, but per point, 13%, I can have 39% chance of when a champion appear, it will be doubled. So we can face 2 champions at the same time and get double the reward. This is amazing for champion targeting. So if I need affixes from champions, or if I need to drop more things, or if I need to increase my experience gain, more monsters, more experience, more favor, this is a really good Weaver node.
Having a chance for Arena Echoes to be replaced with Super Arena Echoes, which contain champion enemies, or having items with Weaver.
Okay, let's go for the Super Arena Echoes here.
In-game experience. Some options include having a chance for Arena Echoes to be replaced with Super Arena Echoes.
your arena echoes have a chance to be replaced by a more difficult super arena echoes, which contain additional champions. So, if we got that champions come and we have double champions and we have a super arena by 34% point that will contain additional champions, we are going to face lots of champions, and now arena will be profitable because we will be able to get lots of exalted items, lots of XP, and that will be really cool to test. I want to play the Super Arena Echoes. Unfortunately, you can't change all your Arena Echoes to Super Arena Echoes, so it's 34% per point.
Which contain
Let's just return
having
here.
A chance for arena echoes to be
and just 1 point. Maybe there are more of those in the Weaver's tree, and maybe possible to get 1 point here, 1 point there, and see if this is possible. I have this image here in my computer. Let's just me check. Let's go for downloads. Okay, here. Let's just me check. This is the image that I was looking before. It's here, the Warlord of Riches. So this is the Super Arena Echoes, or not? It's like, yes, it's here. And the other one that has a lock, Commoner Riches, Sealed Riches, Lumed Riches. Well, we're not that. We're not that. We're not that. Something the video looks wrong. Something the video looks wrong. Where I am. Return. Then I can... If you look well, it's this one. But when you see...
be replaced with super.
Okay, it's not that. It's this one here that he's showcasing, not this one. Gladiator crossbow is one of those two. I believe it's this one. I believe it's this one, and we can have 34 per point, so we can change all our arenas to super arenas and have only arenas and play super arena every time. Maybe. Let's see.
Arena echoes, which contain champion enemies, or having items with Weaver's Will be rolled twice and...
Whoops. Items with Weaver's Will value in unique items found in your echoes have a chance to be rolled twice and keep the higher value. This is good for COF. And for those who want to make riches in the Merchant's Guild, this can be good as well. So you can farm the Weaver Wheels items. There will be the Weaver runes, so you can already place the runes there and see without equipping them and get to kill monsters. That will increase the speed that you reveal those Weaver Wheel and see the items. And the good items you can sell as legendaries, or you can sell it as a Weaver with higher Weaver Wheel. This is good for money for Merchant's Guild, and this is good for targeting for COF. I don't know. Here is something that is not revealed, but most of the times they are not prophecies from the Circle of Fortune are not affected by the monolith changes, monolith modifiers. So I can't say to you if this will increase the lucky with prophecies. This is a good question. I will have this, I have to note this. This is something very important. So the Prime Weaver, let's note it. Prime Weaver node works on prophecies. I don't know. This is the first question.
keeping the higher value of the two, or sometimes letting a shade of Orbis ambush you in your echoes
A random shade of Arubis can sometimes ambush you in your echoes. This shade has normal item drops and it scales off a distance, like any other shade. Okay, he has normal items. I just don't know if he has hair items like the amulet. What's the name of the Arubis element? I remember. I don't remember. Don't remember. Oh, Shade of Arubis is the name of the monster. Ominous. I don't know if he can drop Ominous here, but it's already good, so we can face them. So we have the chance from ambushes come straight of Arubis in the middle of the monolith. If we're going for rings or
for additional drops and challenge. Some key nodes allow items and woven echoes to be imprinted into the tree, yielding different effects. Like imprinting a woven echo, giving it a chance to spawn in your echo web without placing it via the altar of the weaver in cemeteries. Or imprint an item to make it so that an item of the same type and rarity is granted as an additional reward when completing echoes. Or imprint an item and there will be a chance for enemies in regular echoes to drop a pile of items similar to the imprint.
Well, too much information here, but in the Weaver's 3, we can get woven rune there, so you can multiply the drop chance of that specific woven echo that we want, like cemetery by example, so we can have more cemetery woven echoes and multiply that. Or we can place uniques and have increase the chance of that unique to drop again. Or you can place an exalted item, and by what I read it, there is a chance that exactly exalted item be dropped again, but one of the affixes will be rolled from that. So if I want a critical strike multiplier amulet like this one, and it is tier 6 like this one is a tier 6, tier 7, there is a chance that comes another Jade amulet with increased heal and effectiveness tier 6, or a chance of a dodge rating tier 6, or a hybrid health stun avoidance tier 6, or there is a chance of another critical strike amulet here to appear. We have two uses for this. I have a hair affixes like health. It's hair to get health stun avoidance tier 7, by example. But I want to try it. I place a tier 7 another affix that from that, and one that have stun avoidance, and the base item. So there is a chance that I get hybrid health with this. So this is good for our COF. And if you have a high value item, you can place the exalted here, like +4 to, let's say, a skill glacial. Oh, the mage skill that's expensive, that the shard. So you see in the market that a +4 skill is selling a lot. So you get that item, you place it here, and there will be increased chance to get more of those items. So you can sell them in the market and profit. These are those two ways of use it. So we can target items here, or we can make it for profit in the merchant's guild.
Printed one. There are many fun and exciting options in the Weaver's Tree that allow you to shape your end-game experience and loot hunt. We can't wait to hear your feedback.
Interesting.
Now that we've covered the basics, let's talk about a bit more of the interesting itemization and crafting options coming with Season 2, largely enabled via these woven echoes. In Season 2, we're introducing set item crafting, which can be accessed via the Great Bridge Woven Echo. Shattering a set item grants you 1 to 4 set affix shards you can then use to craft your own reforged set items.
Okay, So we can place here and we can get 1, 2, 7 affixes.
Each set item is associated with one specific shard unique to that set item that when crafted onto an item makes it act as that set item. This means that you can craft your own reforged set items that count for the set's bonuses, and you can mix and match these by using the original set items together with the reforged set.
Look at those. Look at this, look at this. This is amazing. I don't even can describe this. But we have here a weapon. It is exalted because it has a tier 6 increased critical strike chance. And here we have something that is the set affixes that gives ignite chance per forged weapon and melee fire damage per forged weapon. So use some forged weapons and that will increase your chance and melee fire damage. One set item counts as 2, I believe 2 items for the set. So if you are wearing, you are using, no, this is a tier 7, it's a one-handed weapon. So this is a tier 7, two-handed mace with a shield. Two-handed weapon and a shield. This is good for Forge Guard. This is amazing. So we can have two-handed weapons and shields. This is something I want to test as well. Very powerful. And okay, the tier 6 critical strike chance, two-handed with this set affixes, and he's gaining +3 to first strike, +3 to his metal rough, and +3 to maximum forged weapons, and 1 to all attributes. So he has the set, but he has the. You see that he's using the set armor, and he using the weapon, but not the set weapon. And even so, only with 2 items, he got set 3. Because the affix count as 2. This will make amazing builds from now forward. So let's just look at the set items at the end of the video and see if we can. Let's do it now. I'm curious. Let's just check. For the set items that we have, maybe we can have more at launch. Not put guild resources items. And I want to use these set items. List. Okay, so we have set. Villatra set, Last Beer set, Isadora Corsair, Boardman, Sunforge, Gasper, Sunforged, okay, Last Bear, Boardman, Gasper, Isadora, Last Bear, Zarek, Late Set, Pebbles, Halvar, Ruby Fang, Forgotten Knight, Sherry Lance, Sinatia, Parebor, let me say, I think I don't Halvar, Corsair, Forgotten Knight, I believe I just placed this Ruby Fang. Okay, let's just check those sets here. Oh, and then we have here is a 2. It's just 1. So 1 spell lightning damage per 2 intelligence. Okay, so if you stack intelligence, you have like 100 intelligence, you have +2 spell lightning damage. This is something really amazing, and is a source of base magical damage for your lighting skills, or just if you want, you can place spell lighting damage in any build and play around spell damage in the other. So you don't need to stack lighting damage, but stack spell damage, and this will work in any build. using the Villatria set affixes. I don't know what the set affix will do, maybe something relating to lightning damage, and that will be amazing. So we have affix from Villatria, from staffs, and from the helmets. Let's see the other items here. Here's something that will be really used as well, because Primalists use lots of straight, and then the last burst set you use 2 affixes, and then you get 2 endurance threshold per straight. So remember that endurance threshold got a nerf or a buff. That's something that we have to check, because they are changing the items that give endurance threshold. So we are going to give a lot of endurance threshold here. And 30 straight, this is something really potent, overpower, and capable of doing really amazing things. So this last bear set, I believe that will be really contested, and will be good that we can sell set items in the market and the Merchants Guild. So we have lots of things to sell as well. And don't matter if it's a good set item or it's a bad set item. So I don't need to think, oh, this is a 12 necro penetration. Oh, but it's a 6. Oh, it's a 6. I don't want this. Let's sell it, or just broke it for new affixes. Just a second. So let's check. Isadora. Chance to apply damage on hit with necrotic spells, 100%, with just 1 item. Remembering, when you keep 1 affix, it counts as 2. So if I place this in a glove, a helmet, or a belt, I already have 100% chance to apply damage on hit. This is basically a tier 7 affix today. With 3, we got 30% necro penetration with damage and 30% mana efficiency with Whoa! 30% mana efficiency with necrotic spells. I'm logging. This is amazing. This can help a lot because there are some spells from Warlock and Leash that just burn mana, and this alone can sustain this. This alone can save most of it. So we can go for damage and go for the 30% mana efficiency. Maybe we're not using a damage build, but you can use this. And really soon we're going back to the patch notes. Let's check what's going to be usable in Season 2. So here we got Glancing Blow chance converted to block chance. This is good because we're not preoccupied or concerned with it before because the shield was not good. But if you have a good shield, we can use this lab now. We can use this lab. You know what is this lab? Do you know what is this lab? I will show you. We can have this lab build now. Where's the shield? Accessories of hand shields. I will show this lab. Oh, come on. Cocooned shield. The new items are here already. The new items are here already. This lab here. Reduced block chance. So, but we can get lots of glancing blow chances. Maybe we can get now, converting glancing blow chance to block chance, we can make around 160% block chance. So that will result in 100% block chance, and then you take 100 less % damage taken on block, so you become immortal. You only die for overtime damage. This is the immortal combo. So let me just take the note. Immortal combo. needs to be nerfed. Corsair affix. Corsair set affix. Plus unique slab. Immortal combo. This is amazing. Oh. Mm-hmm. Boardman set. Okay. Limited to one active companion. You can only have one companion. Storm Totem can hit allies to grant 21 health. Storm Totem can hit allies to grant 21 ward. Well, it's not something amazing because it restricts you for many things. But the set itself has many things. So this is like a tier 7 minion health, tier 7 minion health generation. There's like a tier 6. No, this is a tier 7 as well. Minion lighting penetration, boardman. This item was buffed. I don't believe this was like this. This is a buffed item. This is really OP. We just need health. But this item gives lots of tier 7 affixes. Minion lighting penetration, cold resistant for allies and by storm totals. You are frenzied for 3 seconds when you hit your stun totem. Increase area of stunting. This is amazing. As we can see, let me just check. I believe here, cocooned shortwords contain a random unique. Let me see if there's another thing that I never saw before here. Oh, okay. So we need also to check this. The new items are here already in the last epoch. Tools and Weaver's Grid, Seeds of Atropos. Man, I have a day to spend with you today. That would be good. Let's see, we have one spectator here on Twitch. Let's see how I'm going in here with YouTube. There's no one. But I'm feeling really funny. I'm going the right way, I believe. I'm discovering new things, so... Let's go for the... What were you talking about was the... that set, and talking about this lab. Just let's return. I returned it here and saw the new items are already updated here. Maybe we got the new passive trees and things like that, but let's go slowly. We have time. This is coming only at day 17. So the boardman set is for Storm Toad, and those items are going to be really OP. We don't need to break them. You can become really OP just by equipping them. Lighting resistance for allies and nearby Storm Toad. And I don't know if allies count yourself. Less damage taken for totems. Haste. Increase minion attack speed and cast speed. Increase area of Storm Toad and ally. And the last one, chance to summon Storm Toad on hit with Tempest Strike, link lightning damage to spell and attacks. Physical resistance, your companions are enraged when you hit by your Storm Toad. OP, OP, really OP. Let's just see Run of Ascendance, random drop, the Stormlands timeline. I don't know if the affixes are already here. Yes, they may be here. Let's just check this. Now we have to... I will do this later. Check any affixes like the Boardman's set. It's a bot armor. So let's check for bot armors. I will just do this one time here and see if the affixes are already here. Accessory armors, bot armor. Prefixes, nothing found. So let's place a bot armor here. Like Prism Wraps. No, I can't. Basic prefixes. We have many prefixes now. Let's see Boardman. Here. I can see the It's a prefix. So if you break this, you can place this in any armor. Minion lighting penetration, you can get to 21. Remember, in the armor, it gives you 21. It's a tier 7, as I told you. Seconds of frenzy gained when hit by your storm totem. 5 seconds. It's amazing as well. It's another option. You can go for the side item, or you can use the side item, because the side item is OP. Let's see the Sunforged. It's OP. They buffed all set items. This is nice. So we don't. If you find a set item, you can use them now. It's not a crap item. It's not crap item, but a set item. Would be good to see the affixes, but we need to go in the weapons and see what they do. So here we got 3-4 strike, 3-2 meters rough. With one item we can get this. This is amazing. In 3-4 forged weapons. Really OP. And here's the armor. Plus 800 armor and has 4... Whoa. Come on, this is too much armor. Endurance. Increased fire damage. Fire resistance. Chance to forge a weapon when hit. Increased fire damage per forged weapon. The only problem as I looking for this is that it gives lots of armor but don't gives health. So maybe in higher corruption, just because it don't gives health can be a problem. But you can use the set and then use gloves and boots and helix for health. Because they're giving too much. They're giving too much. Sets are OP now, not crap. That's not crap. Endurance threshold, increased fire damage. I'm happy. Man, I'm happy. Plus armor per forged weapon. If you equip this set, you have like 80 to 90% of damage reduced and health regen per forged weapon. Let's see the two-handed mace. Remembering that we can equip the mace and the shield. Melee fire damage for forged weapon. Physical melee damage, increased stun chance, increased stun duration, ignites per forged weapon, and the stun chance. You can have your forged weapons for damage, and you stun the enemies for them. Finish the job. Good. This is a build. Let's go for another one. Gasper set. This one is something that I always wanted to play. So, cooldown reduction for Decimate. Void damage to bosses and hair enemies. Increase air for Decimate. I want just to check the Gasper. Let's go for bot armor. Basic. Gasper. Gasper Acute. Chance to cast Decimate when you directly use a lighting spell. 4 seconds cooldown. So you have the chance, but as it has a cooldown, it's not that important. Lighting cast speed. So you want to go for a tier 5. It's already okay. You can have lighting cast and cast decimates for free every 4 seconds. Decimate is a spell that gives void damage, so we can have Gasper builds now. Let's just check. This is an armor, gives spell damage, void, lighting resistance, chance to apply shock on void spell skills. Not really OP, but can stack 3 shocks by 1, increasing light cast speed and cast decimate. Void cold resistance, so we have tons of void resistance if we equip the set. Okay, cold resistance, freeze hate multiplier, increased cold cast speed. Okay, and Gasper will. Void spell damage, apply ignite on void spells, fire cast speed, spell damage 50-50, 55, chance to cast decimate. I dislike the set items. Those, I believe we can have Gasper sets, but not using those items. We have to use the decimate for another things. Xeric. This one is a rogue set. I like rogue things. Let's just look. You can use in others one, but a rogue, this is good. Just gives lots of. It use it to give lots of dodge, but let's check. Xeric Ambition, armor, movement, speed, melee critical strike multiplier, throwing critical strike multiplier at full health, and full health. You need to be in full health. With rogue, this is not a problem. So it's a boots that gives critical strike multiplier. Increased movement speed. Okay. Elite rate. It's a boots, bro. Giving damage. Xeric's Grid. Armor, endurance, dodge rating. Amazing. This is the gloves that gives more dodge rating. Increased damage over time. Cannot leech health from damage over time. 3 to 4% of damage leech as health on crit. So it gives increased damage over time and increase crit. So or you use crit or use damage over time. But what is shining here is the endurance and dodge rating. Let's see the set. Potions no longer heal you, but instead grant 54 necrotic damage to melee and throwing attacks and mark you for death for 4 seconds. 72% chance to find potions, 18 less poison and necrotic damage taken. Multiplicative with other modifiers. This is good for Leech, and this is good for Rogues, Blade Dancers, Xeric Skill, Critical Strike Avoidance if you use a potion. Good, this is really good. 75 Poison Resistance for 4 seconds if you use a potion. Okay. Increased melee and throwing attack speed for 4 seconds if you use a potion. And gives a lot of dodge rating. What I would use here for a rogue build, if I want dodge, the Xeric Grid and the belt. And that now depends. If I want damage over time, I want also from leech from it, so I would not use Xeric. In a damage over time build that you can't leech from it, so it's bad. It's not good. However, for leech or for warlocks, this is not a problem. So you can cast increase damage over time here and have good dodge and be happy. This is also be good for dodge, telephone, armor, ward increasing. The melee critical strike multiplier at full health here, this is a nice boots. As for melee or throwing strike, this is good as well. Xeric Ambition. I want to see if the Xeric Ambition boots, let me check, affix, give critical strike multiplier, because if it does, I would be really amazed. Xeric. Xeric. Whoa, there's more than one for boots. No, can be applied to boots, to gloves, and to belt. Okay. For the boots, we have increased leech height and movement speed. Interesting. This is interesting because we can have more move speed, and the tier 7 move speed gives 30%. And if we got tier 5 here, we got plus 8%. We can have 38% with a tier 7 and a tier 6 and a tier 5. For the gloves, damage over time, damage leashed as health on crit. It's very low, 0.4, but the damage over time for gloves, it's good, 100% to 130. And the boots, melee attack speed for 4 seconds when you use a potion. We can get 30% melee attack speed in a belt and throw an attack speed in a belt. This is really different. Got attack speed in bouts. This is interesting. Not what I was waiting, but interesting. I don't know if it's going to be usable, but it's interesting at least. Let's go for the Lich set. Okay. Lich Envy and Lich Scorn for maximum shades. Let's see the set items. Level 64. Spell fire damage over time spells. This is a glove that gives spell damage. Spell fire damage for Infernal Shade. Area for Infernal Shade. Mana cost for Infernal Shade. Mana cost for Dread Shade. OP Shade build. Or Dread or Infernal Shade. Or you use both and be happy. Critical strike chance, word retention, intelligence, and red shades converted to cold. We have frostbite chance for minions. If you don't want to convert it to cold, you can break the Lich Scorn here. You only need one item with an affix. We don't need this fire and cold problem here. Frostbite chance for minions. Freeze hate multiplier. I like more the gloves, but let's see. Cold damage with spell and attacks per attached Infernal Shade for minions affected by Dread Shade. 1% cold penetration for minions affected by Dread Shade per intelligence. So in this build, if you use the two sets, you cast Dread Shade in the Infernal Shade minion. Or the opposite, I don't remember. But you summon the shades and place the curse on them, then we'll walk, attack enemies, and give cold damage to them. Alright, so this is the build from Lich. Pebbles set. Replenish one potion when Bone Golem hits an enemy. So if you have multiple... this is the Bone Golem set. Pebbles Femur, Pebbles Collar, Pebbles Bite Mark, and then have the Aaron's armor, so we can use together. So we have chance to replenish potions. Your summon skeleton spells and attacks deal plus damage from the elemental. I will not read the items here. I'm just looking for the builds for the sets and imagining how those could be used. I will then stop the live and create another and start theory crafting builds with you together after. However sets. No, if not, we're going to only see the items. We will not read the patch notes. So cold spell damage and physical spell damage. 100% chance to cast Avalanche Boulder at target when you critically hit with a spell. 2 level Avalanche. This is good. This is not... No, you can use this in anything. Let's just see if Avalanche... Physical cold spell area and attunement. So this can be used at Sentinels. And also in the Primalist. Because they buff attunement. The base damage is good, 40-40. Critical chance, freeze rate of 8. High freeze rate. And the death damage effectiveness of 400%. This is really OP. This is really OP. This needs to be nerfed. We will see lots of Halvers build. Believe me, this is over OP. If you critical hit, you cast Avalanche Boulder. And the Avalanche Boulder will deal lots of damage. Lots of damage. There is a skill in the Primalist that can have absurd attack speed. And with absurd attack speed and critical hit chance, you're going to get lots of avalanche enemies and boom. Too much damage. Good. So here's the avalanche build. Ruby Fang. 1% melee poison chance. per 1% uncapped fire resistance. There are rings that would be good to use it. But let's see the items here because we need to check. Melee poison chance. Melee poison chance. I was looking for a poison row. There's lots of time. But it was hard to find good ways to stack poison on enemies and have good poison damage. So just let's check. The Ruby Fang Cleaver. I'm not going to use a shield in a Blade Dancer, but let's see the X. Melee damage, chance to apply bleed on hit. There are skills that you can convert bleed to poison. Fire melee damage, chance to apply poison on hit, so we have more poison. Poison penetration with poison, 50%. Very powerful. Melee attack speed and poison resistance. And this combos well with the helmet. Where it is? That drops peace. The Hive Mind. Or not. No, Hive Mind gives poison resistance. That's not this. There is an item that for more poison resistance that you have, it does something. I remember thinking of using Hive Mind to exploit this, and now you can have also the Rum Fang Cleaver, so more poison. I need to check this after. Rum Fang Evo Edges, block effectiveness, less poison damage taken, chance to poison hit on fire skills, fire resistance, gain Ruby Venom for 10 seconds on block. You can have multiple stacks of Ruby Venom, 50% of increase of fire damage per stack of Ruby Venom, 50% increases poison damage per stack of Ruby Venom. So in this set, we're going to use fire skills to poison enemies. I don't know where, but in Rogue, I only see the Phoenix Strike option. Maybe as a Falconer. Forgotten Knight set. 50% void penetration with Time Rot, 3% more void damage per stack of Time Rot. Time Rot is ailment that stacks until 12 maximum stacks, gives 60 void damage over time, and you can then void penetration with Time Rot and do it. One-handed sword and shield and amulet. This is good because now I'm a rogue player. There's a two-handed sword that can place Time Rot in enemies with Lethal Mirage, a Blade Dancer skill. Then you can use this amulet to get this two set of void penetration with Time Rot and play a Blade Dancer Time Rot build. Whoa! Blade Dancer Time Rot build. It's possible. Let's go. Blade Dancer Time Rot build with the Forgotten Knight set. Okay. So this is something. I will not read the items here. Shattered Lens set. This is the most OP set there is. I hope this is nerfed, but let's see. 5% increased melee cold damage per 10 Ralph regen, up to 1,500%. They didn't nerf it. They are making people go for the Shattered Lens set in every build. Every build will use it. Every build will use it. You stack Ralph regen You stack Ralph Regen to the maximum, and then by every 10, you get 5 increased melee cold damage. So half of your health regen is for increased melee cold damage. If you have 3000 Ralph regen, you get 1500 melee cold damage. Increase it. Percent. What the hell? This can be good for Primalists, this can be good for Acolytes, Necromancers, this can be good for Lich, this can be good for Warlocks, this can be good for Rogues, this can be good for Sentinels, anything. And if you don't have anything that scales with cold damage, you can just go for melee damage. Increase melee damage or go for crit. You already have lots of... You place there in the affix cold damage on melee hit, and then get 1500% of it. So you have 85,000 damage just with this. Then you critical, it turns to 170,000 damage, and we have critical multiplier by 400. You get 340 damage in a melee hit. And if you have attack speed for 2 hits per second, you got almost 100,000 damage in 1 melee hit. No, per second. With just 2 attacks per second. If you use Blade Dancer with Sync Strike and Shadow Casket, you got 8 attacks. With increased multipliers, those like you can give more or less 50 million damage in one combo. You can kill anything in 1 second. If you got, of course, those many things, that's almost impossible, but theory crafting is for that. I will try this after. So, Forgotten Lance OP. Nerf Forgotten Lance, please. No, Shattered Lance. Shattered Lance set. Nerf Shattered Lance set. Ralph Regen, Freeze Hate Multiplier. Cold melee damage. Cold melee damage, cold melee damage. Ralph Regen, Freeze Hate Multiplier. Just be happy. Shattered Lance is OP. Scenario Seti. I was using this a lot. Let's check the items. Resistance, curse damage, curse spell damage, all resistance. They increase the damage from the item. Curse cast speed. Summon, minion critical strike avoidance, minion health, block chance. Okay, if you have just +2 to curse skill, +2 to minion skills. If you want +2 to minion skills, it doesn't matter what class you play. You can use this in Primalists. It doesn't matter. You want +2 minion skills or you want +2 curse skills. If you're going to play Acolyte, you want curse and minion skills. You're going to play a Primalist, 1 affix in the middle of your shields, in your shield or in your scepter. No, it's a mace. If you're going to use a mace or shield, you want +2 minion skills or curse skills. This is a must for any of the minion skill builds or curse skill builds or hybrid builds. OP. +2 to level of totem skills. This can be used in any totem. If you have a totem skill, this is an affix. So tier 1 affix and you have this. +2 to level totem skills. OP. The Fervor is things for Primalist. I will not read here. Halver set. Cold spell damage. Physical spell damage. Okay, this is OP. We have 40 spell damage here. 100% chance to cast Avalanche Boulder. I already read this. is the OP Avalanche build. I take a note from it. Okay, let's see another OP. OP Avalanche build with Halvar set. We have another thing here. And the Corsair set. Glancing blow, converted block chance. Yes, for this lab, that was what I was talking about. Physical penetration of blade, bleed duration, block effectiveness, chance to find potions. These are for mirrors attacks for Lethal Mirage. +1 level of Lethal Mirage, Flurry, Dexterity, Necrotic Resistance, block effectiveness, block. It's a good shield for early game. Nothing more like this. I don't see this being used unless you want less necrotic damage taken on block and your glancing blow chance converted to block chance. And then you can use this lab. It's OP to have to convert glancing blow for block chance. This will be a must for Falconer that use shields. Okay, reread it about that. Let's go back for the video. So you were talking about the shattered set items for set affixes.
Items. You can craft
My headset was turned off because of the time.
these onto different item subtypes. Only one type of set affix shard can be applied to any individual item, and this item cannot be used in legendary crafting via the Eternity Cache. We're also adding the ability to re-roll the legendary potential of uniques via the Farsight Turtle Woven Echo. The unique must have at least one legendary potential. Rerolling the legendary potential possesses quite a significant risk, as if the legendary potential fails to go
Offer a legendary potential to the Weaver to reforge or consuming according to her design, so it's risky.
up, it will instead go down all the way to 0. This is a worthy risk, as many times to get an upgrade, you need to have more than one legendary potential. And even in the case that it ends up going down to 0, you can then attempt to upgrade it again via the Nemesis.
You saw that. He placed all LP1 and this one was LP2. Let's see what happens.
Egg, providing multiple new chances to turn an item
Okay, let's return.
than one legendary potential. And even in the case that it ends up going down to 0, you can then attempt to upgrade it again via the Nemesis Egg, providing multiple new
Let's see. Was legendary potential 1 becomes 2.
chances to turn an item that
0, 2,
might not be an upgrade
0, 0.
into an upgrade. In the Orden's Watch Woven Echo,
So we have 2 upgrades. So he lost some, he got some better, and then that is a gamble. You can, if there is an item that you can sell well in the Merchant's Guild, I would not place there if I'm a Merchant's Guild player. But if I'm a COF, I was using that every time. That would be good to be using almost of the time. And the tiers with no LP potential, I can just throw them away if they're not worth.
Echo, you can replace attributes, strength, dexterity, attunement, or intelligence with another, as long as the affix isn't sealed.
Oh, here I saw in the last patches notes, in the reviews, if you place here in the Relic of the Observer, the experimental mages will trade an affix of straight intelligence or dexterity to another, or attunement to another one of your choice. You just can't change vitality and all. If you have a weapon with all attributes, you can change this as well.
Sealed. This costs 1 forging potential from the item. The tier and roll range of the replaced affix will be preserved for the new affix. In the Gauntlet of Strife Woven Echo, you'll be challenged by a sequence of boss encounters, and by completing, you'll be rewarded with access to the Sacrificial Altar, which can be used to sacrifice.
Let's read. You can sacrifice. Offer a unique legendary Weaver Wheel or set item or as a sacrifice to the Weaver, so that she may reroll another matching item according to her design. The Weaver will only accept sacrifice of equal or higher potential tier to the item she will reroll. You sacrifice something and then she rerolls
And by
something for
completing,
you.
you'll be rewarded with access to the sacrificial altar, which can be used to sacrifice a unique, legendary, Weaver's Will item or set item.
Well, they replaced that bottle with LP2.
To re-roll the mod and implicit unique,
It's too
legendary,
fast. So, Violet Ice, 2 legendary potential.
Weaver's Will item or set item to re-roll the mod and implicit values of a matching item. The item being sacrificed needs to have equal or greater legendary potential or Weaver's Will. Rune of Research and Glyph of Insight have been removed and replaced by the thaumaturgy device at the end of the Rune Prison Complex Woven Echo.
That before would be hard to use. Use the Exiled Maze thaumaturgy device to replace a prefix with experimental affix on boots, gloves, or a belt. So here is where you can craft your experimental items. Okay.
Where you can replace a prefix with an experimental affix on boots, gloves, or a belt.
Okay, let's return. Here we have a tier 6 increased light damage and increased cold damage affixes.
You can replace a prefix with an experimental affix on boots, gloves, or a belt. This makes the process of crafting experimental affixes much simpler. The exiled mages you encounter,
as you see, he plays 2-bit summoned on Potionaz and increases minion damage.
will have a chance to drop this Woven Echo. We're also adding some brand new crafting materials, such as Rune of Weaving, which speeds up your Weaver's Will and Weaver's Touch item conversions.
Okay.
Using a Rune of Weaving will convert some Weaver's Will.
Let's see that item before the
and Weaver's Touch item conversions. Using a Rune of Weaving.
Inheritance of the Raised. Less damage over time. Every 10 seconds, a random minion is chosen, receiving Frenzy, and 200 of the stats of this item. It increases health by 11%, 73 health regeneration, 75 health regeneration, 37 void resistance, and have Weaver Will of 18. This is a really OP amulet. Really OP because of the increased health.
Will convert some Weaver's Will or Touch to add additional
Okay. It had 18 and went to 11 with one click. So he didn't had to kill many monsters, and that will speed up your will's conversion.
Affixes or affix tiers, like you would gain by slaying enemies with the item equipped. Rune of Havoc, which shuffles the tiers of affixes of an exalted
the most
item.
OP one.
Sealed affixes are unaffected by.
As you can see, it may be rare because he has lots of the others, but less Havoc runes, or he just used them more than others. Let's see.
This action. For example,
well, he have their mana increased damage over time, stun, chance, and armor, and he used the Rune of Havoc.
Example, you could potentially use the Rune of Havoc to.
And the tier 7 stun chance comes, tier 6 comes to mana. Okay.
Change tier 1 strength to tier 7 on an item that had a different affix at tier 7 previously. Rune of Redemption.
Randomly change the exalted affix on an item to different affixes. So if you get a crap
exalted
item,
affixes to other affixes, preserving tier and roll range. Again, sealed affixes are unaffected.
oh,
Another
let's see if
crafting
the
of
first
roll
potential
range,
cost.
which rerolls exalted affixes to other affixes, preserving
35 first potential, so he will shuffle the affixes and
tier and roll range. Again, sealed
there was not first potential waste. Okay, health regen.
affixes to other affixes, preserving tier and roll range. Again, sealed affixes are unaffected. Another crafting update.
A Ralph
we believe
regen
you guys
becomes
will be
Ralph
excited
regen,
about
another
is
Ralph
when
regen.
using the
Eternity Cache. Seal a unique item with legendary potential and a exalted item with 4 affix. Each item must be of the same. I didn't understand. Seal.
Eternity Cache in Temporal Sanctum, tier 2 or above, you may now select one affix that is guaranteed to be applied to the legendary that you're about to create. Season 2.
Legendary Shield with increased tier 7 melee damage. Every enemy looking at you has a 20% chance to be petrified for 2 seconds. Each second. Whoa! When you block an enemy hit, it has up to 20% to be petrified. Then 31% of block effectiveness applies to damage over time, as it has been blocked. 350 block effectiveness. So you're going to block damage from damage over time every time, and you're going to petrify enemies with the counter instance of Majaza.
2 brings an additional challenge for players.
Probably a
with
Majaza
newly
item.
Introduced champion enemies that
Uber
spawn in the
Majaza.
campaign, monolith, and dungeon. Champions are powerful versions of enemies with additional and altered abilities.
Oh, there's the
that spawn with
champion.
3 additional random modifiers,
Is that
including
Marble
1
Chimera?
champion mod.
Possessed by a raised wish, venomous champions frenzies when allies die, regenerate health.
They drop extra loot when killed and even have a small chance to
Look
drop
at that
much rarer
scorpion.
loot,
We have
like a
20
pile
of them.
unique items. Champions also
Different.
always drop an item with a sealed champion affix that depends on the champion's mod. For example, a
Let's see. Dodge rate in maximum shadows. Whoa. Ward per second. Current health converted to ward on necrotic spell. Acolytic relic. Ward arcade threshold. Elemental critical strike chance. Increased spell damage. Lighting blast. Chance. Well, these champion echoes are. Champion affix are OP.
Volcano champion will always drop a belt with the Volcano champion's affix. These mods have unique affixes rarely seen elsewhere and can be very powerful when used with the correct builds. We've made.
If you remember, in the Woven's 3, there is a Woven upgrade that champions comes in pairs. So imagine 2 champions at the same time. It's like facing 2 bosses at the same time. That would be nice.
Mini updates to both the monolith and dungeons. Monoliths have new objectives, like slaying enemies until a cocooned item drops, which is a unique item that has a higher chance to
What is that? Contains a random unique relic. Oh, you click on that and then the magic happens.
have legendary potential when identified, or the need to seal deadly void rifts that have begun appearing in the echoes.
Void
You can
rifts.
now reach empowered monoliths on alts much more quickly, as we've made characters in the same environment share Monolith of Fate timeline unlocks. We've improved arenas by having enemy waves spawn more quickly, and increased enemies' movement speed so that they don't take as long to reach you. And we've updated Echo Spire objectives, so
Arena
that the
will be
spires
faster?
are guarded by a mini-boss and only attack you once you've engaged the Guardian. This means that they will
The
no
spire
longer shoot
needs
at
to
you
kill
from
the
all the
guard.
way across the map.
To kill the spire, you need
For
to kill
dungeons,
the
we're
guardian.
introducing dungeon charms, which can modify a dungeon run. We're introducing 2 charms with this patch, one of which is called a portal charm that can be
Portal charm, I rated it's use it when entering a dungeon, creates a portal direct to the dungeon boss. So you place the key, you place the charm, and you go directly for Jura.
used to immediately portal to the boss of a dungeon and gain a random assortment of mods that you would have gained along the way. We've also added the Black Market Key Trader to Majelka's Upper District in the Divine Era, where you can exchange any 3 dungeon keys for a portal charm. In dungeons, you can now use a key to respawn either on the floor you've gotten to or at the boss, instead of needing to repeat the entire dungeon. Please, don't test this as a hardcore character. It will not save you. In Season 2, the Sentinel class is receiving a ton of updates, from small adjustments to skills to fully
I don't like
reworking
Sentinels,
others.
but let's see.
Paladin and Void Knight are receiving major overhauls to their mastery passive trees, and Forge Guard is receiving some additions, like a passive allowing them to wield a 2-handed weapon and a shield.
Forge Master Might. Let me see this. Equip shield and 2-hand axe mace as Warrior Spear. Less damage for you your minions. Less attack cast speed for you and your minions. Haste instead a dead block chance. 10%. You become very tanky. And the character becomes really OP as well. Look at the size of that shield and the size of the weapon. Okay, it's 80. Let's place this with better in 4K, so maybe it will be better for you to watch. I don't know if this is real OP because you're going to give 20% less damage to have a shield. This is not OP, but can help. It's more affixes. Maybe this can complete the build with set affix or champion affixes. That can help.
At the same time, Volatile Reversal has been completely reworked, including a brand new skill tree. By default, it is now a combo traversal skill, where the first use of the skill sends you forward in time to a location to strike enemies in an area, while the second use sends you back in time to your original location, once again striking enemies in that area.
I just don't like it.
You can build for melee or spell damage, and the tree offers some
I
great
just want to move
interaction
forward,
with
why
other
go
skills
back?
like Devouring Orb. We've renamed Sigils of Hope to Symbols of Hope to free up the term for the planned skill sigil system coming later, and have updated its functionality. Symbols of Hope now automatically generate symbols for you, meaning no spending mana or stopping to cast it. Actively using the ability now consumes the symbols to grant ward and temporary damage reduction.
And those ally zombies
Devouring
here.
Orb at a baseline now also deals void damage over time in an area around it, and these damaging areas can stack. Its skill tree has been updated with cool new possibilities, including a node that instantly casts it for you whenever you move. No more numlock needed, and no more getting interrupted every time it casts.
Oh, so we have Warpath.
Most Sentinel skills received a variety of small to moderate updates to improve their power and offer additional build options. Examples include Multi-Strike, that has been given more support to deal single target
I like
damage
it, this one.
by allowing additional swords to hit the same target. Vengeance has been updated to include conversions to both fire and void.
Convert damage to
Rive
void
can
is
now be
OP.
converted to void. Javelin's Divine Fury and Siege Barrage nodes now work together. Hammer Throw has received buffs to non-spiraling nodes.
Oh, very
Shield
nice.
Throw no longer
Ricochet
has a
hammers.
cooldown at base and has a node to allow it to bounce from the player. And Time Rot is now a viable, distinctly unique damaging ailment for Void Knights. We're also very excited to bring a new skill to Marksman, Heartseeker. Heartseeker shoots a single target arrow
This
that
one's
sinks a
already
nearby
saw in
targeted
many
enemy
videos
and
before.
has a chance to recurve, meaning it pierces and comes back to hit the target again. When building for Heartseeker, you'll likely want to increase the recurve chance, allowing it to pierce and hit the same enemy many times. If the target is destroyed, and Heartseeker would have recurved, it will instead seek another nearby target.
It's a fast
Heartseeker's
one.
skill tree gives options to be converted to fire and cold, has lots of support for poison and bleed, can be used as utility to generate mana and different shrouds, and even to provide global buffs granting added throwing and spell damage. You can also remove the base functionality where Heartseeker seeks a new target after slaying the first, and instead turn those leftover recurves into puncture skill procs that fire towards nearby enemies. Heartseeker requires 30 points in the marksman tree, and Hail of Arrows has been moved to the 35
That
point skill
puncture
unlock
node
slot.
will be good for mapping.
Season 2 is bringing quite a lot of balance changes. Health builds are generally more effective as there is much more access to health modifiers across the game. Health affixes and health regeneration have been buffed, and health granted per level has been increased. Ward builds are still powerful, but outliers allowing for massive ward generation have been rebalanced. In general, many skills have received buffs, as our goal is to make many more builds viable for in-game content, and previous meta builds that were overperforming have been brought in line. Skills such as Black Hole, Elemental Nova, Tornado, Flurry, and Shurikens have had their damage effectiveness increased.
Nice,
We
I can
expect
have
there
the
to be a lot
Shuriken
of new
belt.
builds that players are excited to try out in Season 2. Idle enchantments and new non-class
I
specific
want to
Weaver
play
idols will
Shuriken
also
build.
raise the power level floor for all builds. Many unique items have received a pass to help make them more useful. For example, Eye of Rin can once again be used with Warpath and other skills which hit with indirect attacks. Boulder's Wrath can proc Earthquake twice as much as before, and Stormbreaker can now gain Storm stacks instead of a small chance to cast Lightning Strike. We've also applied some quality of life updates to multiple skills, like Warcry's Berserk lasting 50% longer. Dreadshade no longer has a duration. You can hold 3 black arrows from Dark Quiver at once. And we've increased the amount of shortcutting you can do with movement skills by increasing the distance you can travel with them over gaps. Loot lizards will spawn a bit less baseline in Season 2, but there will be more scenarios where you'll be excited to find them.
What?
And you can also
3
increase their
caches.
spawn rate via the Weaver tree. In Season 2, we're introducing
Oops.
25 new unique items. This
25.
includes 8
I will
new
read
Weaver's
them.
Will uniques and 4 early backer uniques. About half of these are tied to new tombs,
Story
cemeteries,
communion.
and woven echo bosses, while the other half expand on the overarching drop pool.
Hahaha.
And there are plenty of additional improvements coming with Season 2 to be excited about. You can now respec your mastery for gold in the end of time.
Finally.
The cost of respecializing your mastery is a lot cheaper in the lower to mid levels, so it's easier to experiment, but it increases as your character level goes up. We're introducing a beta version of WASD movement. You can access this via the settings gameplay menu. We'll be monitoring player feedback on this implementation, and we're excited to
Play
hear
like-
your feedback.
Oh, I don't
We
know.
have updated the inventory to have tabs to separate out keys and the new woven echoes.
But
And
it's
we've
nice.
also introduced automatic storing as an option that will be on by default, so that when you pick up crafting items like shards, they will immediately go to your crafting materials panel. Both of these updates make inventory management much nicer and needing to be dealt with much less frequently. For Gamepad, we have completely reworked skill targeting, which improves every single skill and skill mutation, making targeting and using abilities more intuitive and responsive. We can also now make updates to individual skills targeting much more easily, so we'll be looking for your feedback and improving these even further. There are a ton of additional updates and fixes in Season 2, and we invite you to read the full patch notes on our forum. Along with all these incredible updates coming in Season 2, we're excited to announce a new batch of supporter packs known as the Woven series. Each of these
Look
4
at
supporter packs offers new and unique ways to customize your appearance.
Look, the dragon!
And the team has cooked up some pretty amazing offerings. New and unique packs known as the Woven series. Each of these 4 supporter packs offers new and
Oh,
unique ways to
Emperor, I can't
customize
buy
your
it.
appearance.
I can't buy that portal. Look, that's amazing.
And the team has cooked up some pretty amazing offerings. Starting with the Woven Traveler Pack. We really
The
wanted our
capybara!
entry-level pack to have some pretty awesome stuff. And what better way to travel through Atera than with your own capybara pet?
Whoa.
That's right, it wasn't an April Fool's joke after all. You will
I
also
want the
score 2
capybara.
new weapon cosmetics, a backslot cosmetic, and all new color arrangements for your evade skill. That's right. With Season 2, we've implemented skill cosmetics, and you'll find many more in the in-game store. The Woven Templar is the next tier in the Woven series and brings some serious heat.
The Dragon
To start,
Portal.
you get all of the cosmetics from the Woven Traveler, and then, to kick off the Templar pack, we start with a full cosmetic armor set known as the Bronze Scale Plate.
Ah.
But the fire doesn't stop there. You're also getting Yoshok's Destroyer, a massive 2-handed hammer cosmetic,
Nice,
a new
this
portal
one's good.
skin, another fiery evade cosmetic,
But
and
the-
the first look at the
Oh,
fire
nice.
footprint
Evade cosmetic and
cosmetic,
footprints.
and an additional 100 Epoch points to use in the in-game cosmetic shop. Up next, and second tier in the Woven series, is the Woven Vanquisher Supporter Pack, and this
The
pack
portal-
is charged and ready. As
Interesting.
with the previous tiers, the Woven Vanquisher Supporter Pack also includes all cosmetic items from the Woven Templar and Woven Traveler packs. Kicking off the Woven Vanquishers pack, players will harness the power of the storm
Nice, this
with the
one's good.
Thunderfang cosmetic armor set. You'll also receive the Tempest Gate portal, Storm
Tempest
Drake Wings
Gate.
back attachment,
Oh,
Storm
that's
Dragon
really
Staff,
OP.
Storm Walker evade effect, and Lightning Footprints. And
Nice.
finally, if you're looking to get everything the Woven series of supporter packs has to offer,
really
then
beautiful.
the top tier Woven Legends supporter pack is the one for you. Harnessing the visual prowess of the Weaver herself, don the Shroud of Woven Disciple cosmetic armor set. Be sure to bring along your faithful companion, the Thread Strider pet. You will also receive 4 unique evade cosmetics and the Weaver Footprints visual effect. The Woven Legends supporter pack also includes all of the cosmetic offerings from the Woven Vanquisher, Woven Templar, and Woven Traveler supporter packs. This really is the Get Everything pack. We're also adding many more items you can purchase with Epoch points in the store, including those awesome new skill cosmetic effects.
Whoa.
We sincerely appreciate your support and hope you enjoy Last Epoch Season 2. Thank you for
Okay.
delivering seasonal patches more quickly going forward. Thank you for your support.
That's it. Let's just read the patch notes now. Monolith and dungeon updates. Like, we have now objectives in monoliths. slash champions, X champions, slash X exiled mage, shrines until ambush. This is something from the Woven Echoes that are not cemeteries and the tombs. Find cocooned item. The cocooned item can be can give you any unique item then. Shared monolith time unlocks. You can have Shared, Shade of Orbs. Shade of Orbs are weaker before level 100. Arena Echo changes. Arena Echoes have fewer waves overall and provide better rewards. Bad, good. Most enemies in the arena are now move faster when they are further away from the player, allowing them to engage with a player faster. A random champion now spawns at the end of the arena, last wave. This is a good thing. I believe everyone is going to play this because champions is champion affixes and champion items. This will sell a lot in the Merchants Guild and will be almost in every build. Enemies spawn faster, fix the minimap not generating some area and arena echoes. Fix the wave count not showing. Spire changes, we have the garden, we saw that in the video. Death and loot persistence. When you die in an echo, all items in a small area around you or corpse are brought with you to the echo of a world. This is good to not lose items. Improve end of time and monolith hub visuals. Current corruption values for timelines now show in the world map screen. Timeline completion quests. Echo. The last quest echo in a timeline now rewards significantly more experience, but have a limit based on the percent experience required for a shark on that level to reach the next level. What if I am level 100 and I want to get more favor? This will give me more experience as well. Echo objectives are no longer rerolled each time you repeat an echo. Instead, they will always keep the same objective, even exit it and re-enter it. So, by example, I don't like to face 3 spires. I have to go for 3 places on the map. What people do, they open the portal and enter the echo again, and then that echo would change for seal the gate. Much easier. Or just one spire, easier. But now, if you see that those spires, you have to face them. If you see slay Shiz enemies, you have to slay the X enemies there. Hustling arena traps are now active during the rest period between every 5 waves. Improve the game performance. Encounters in the Fall of Lady Echo quest have been simplified. Echo repeated enters a boost prevention. I don't know how to re-enter echoes. Ah, okay. Let's see if you enter an echo and you don't complete the objective. So you portal back and enter again. Portal back and enter again. Portal back and enter again. Add a message to echo tooltips. Dungeon. K charms, portal charms, scale charms. That was not really talked in the video, but scale charms can be used at the entrance of any dungeon to greatly increase the spawn rate of loot lizards. Scale charms cannot be brought, but they only drop by enemies. Black market K trader, okay. Respawning, okay. Quest and unlocks, complete temporal sanctum, lighters hybrid and Soulfire bastion. For the first time, now reward 2 passive points and 1 idol unlock each by way of 3 new short quests for defeating their respective bosses. These quests also direct players to the alternate dungeon exit, which allow by bypassing a portion of the campaign. Complete all 3 dungeons this way will earn players a total of 6 passive points and 3 idle slots, and skip a large portion of campaign zones. this accumulates or not with the campaign quest. Because the alternate dungeon exit. So I need to learn about this, but we can skip campaign by doing this. Pleasant skill updates. Time Rot base damage is now bigger. Time Rot Doom Absol Decay now has different rules for being placed when the afflicted charges the maximum stacks of that ailment. It will not only be replaced if a newly applied ailment would deal more damage than the remaining damage of the existing application of that ailment. For example, if you apply Abyssal Decay, that will deal 1000 total damage, since its stack limit is 1. Any further attempts at applying Abyssal Decay will not apply the ailment unless the new ailment total damage exceeds the remaining damage of the existing stack. So after 50% of the Abyssal Decay remaining duration, it will have 5000 damage left. So a new application would need to deal over 500 damage total to replace it. For me it's too much Dex, I'm not that intelligent. Evade. Instant cast abilities can be used immediately during evade. The player can use abilities after stun effects ends if the player was stunning during the evade. Movement is smoother. More than 6 FPS. Evade is now smoother for in online mode. Evade no longer slutter. Evade animation. Fix the issue where mage could get stuck in evade animation. Okay, bug fixes. Movement skill bug fixes. Medium bug fixes. I will not read the bugs. Sentinel. I will not read the Sentinel. I'm not playing it. I hope you get this in another video. It's too much. This will consume lots of time. Okay, this is Sentinel, 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 Sentinel. What the fuck they did to Sentinel? Everything changed. What? Just Sentinel. Rogue, here finally. Passive, Rogue passive trees. Master Archer now also grants Heart Seeker 20% recurve chance. Per point. Coated Blades now only applies to directly used abilities. This is bad. I don't know, but it's a nerf. Skills, Heart Seeker. I will not read for Heart Seeker here, but we can check for this in game or in the build planner. As the Flask, more damage effectiveness. So increase poison damage, now increase it one more, 25% more damage. Corrosive grants 20% more damage from 10. Alchemical Proficiency, 8% more damage from 3. So we have lots of increased damage for Acid Flask. Caustic Concussion grants 50% poison chance per point from 25. Double poison chance. Contamination and Lasting Sickness can now have their effects converted to cold, Frostbite, if Acid Flask is converted to cold through the relic. Update the descriptions of several nodes, okay. Correct X-Flex Toxic Solve Aberration, okay. So, with these buffs, we are going to see the Acid Flasks builds again, like the Falconer Acid Flask build. This can be good. Let's see Aerial Assault. Aerial Assault movement has been improvement. Movement no longer causes their player to sink the ground. Tactician grants 50% attack speed for Ballista, so we have nerf for Ballista, and 1% more Ballista damage per intelligence from 2%, so you have a nerf here. Big nerf. Correct the stat line of Rending Barbs to stay the Falcon Blade buff lasts for 4 seconds. Before it was 5. Rending Barbs additional blade chance for Falcon when enemy walks over a caltrop, now trigger up to 30 times per 4 seconds from no limit. Nerfs. We got nerfs. Got nerfs here for Ballista. I will not hear it. Okay. Ballista is going to be nerfed. Cinder Strike. Its base damage is now entirely fire, from 50% physical, 50% fire. This means that, for example, for melee Cinder Strike, any source of generic added melee damage will now apply entire as fire melee damage, instead of being split between physical and fire. Corrected, it's descripted to state that added damage applies to the first attack at 200% effectiveness. Incorrectly said, 150, and to the other stack 100%. Cinder Strike bow attack now has correct visuals online when used with high attack speed. This is good because we now can make the build easier. We can go for fire builds easier with Cinder Strike and also the Archer Heartseeker. We can use both of those flame skills in the rogue and have increased fire damage with more effectiveness than before. That will make maybe the build better. Maybe no, it's going to be better, but I don't know if it is going to be competitive. Dark Cleaver, you can now hold 3 black arrows at once. You can still only expend 1 black arrow at a time. And then you know, the big arrow is a black arrow grants your next Rage Seeker 50% curve chance. Resolve now requires 2 points in Archer Focus from 3. Okay, we have many things for this Heartseeker. They want people playing Heartseeker. Decoy. Improved jittery movement from Decoy when the project is thrown online. Detonating arrow now displays its damage effectiveness. While arrow traps for explosive trap. Dive bomb now has 500% damage effectiveness from 700 with equivalent base damage. On Wings of Shadows, skill Falcons deal 70% less damage from 60. So we have Shadow Falconers will give more damage, but we're losing 200% here. This is a huge nerf. Talon Knives grants 15% of the stats of your weapons applied to dive bomb per point from 30. We have another nerf here. Fix a bug where dive bomb visuals could animate. Well, they said in a video in the past that dive bombs and falconer bombs would have more builds. So maybe there are items that will use above bombs, dive bombs. Explosive trap, there was lots of building using explosive trap before. Subtlety sabotage, grant 10% less mana cost per point from 20. Joker's blueprint has a maximum of 3 points from 4. This is above. Or no, it's not above. We lose. Trap splinkers added 1 mana cost per point, but nerf. Arrow traps, chain detonations can now only release detonation arrows up to 10 times per 2 seconds. From no limit. This does not limit detonations, only whether those detonations release detonation arrows. Okay. Okay, it's okay. Fixing an issue with the animation from the explosive traps. It's a nerf, but it's okay. Falconry. We have less damage effectiveness for Falconer. Why are they nerfing Falconer? Come on. Granting Talons 15% per point of your chance of bleed poison shred armor from 25. Trained Hunt grants 50% highest your global increased melee damage, increased throwing damage, increased bow damage of your Falcon from 75. 40 eyes grant 50% critical strike chance from your Falcon from 75. Falconer's Gate adds 40 mana cost from 35. They are destroying Falconer. What the hell? Side to side grants 3% remaining cooldown reduction per point of Falcon strikes. When you directly use a melee throw into another nerf. Super nerf to Falcon, super nerf to explosive trap, super nerf to dive bomb. What? And what Falconer are we going to do now? 8% damage effectiveness from 6 flurry. Good. We have 25% increased damage. Deep strikes grant 15% more damage per point. Buff. You can spam flurry better now. Hail arrows. Oh, you can spam it even in bows and melee attacks. Hail arrows, now display damage, net, bug, punctury. I need to read this in the tree. Shuriken has now more 25% damage effectiveness. Chakram gets more 10% more damage from 30 by Shuriken. What? What? What did I read here? Chakram grants 10% more damage from 30. We need to see the skill tree, but this is a huge buff. Basic shuriken movement behavior. Sight increase the area of throw shurikens. Double hit area of shurikens when the deadly aim node is allocated. Hit area of shurikens. That was non-existence. But we have double it now with deadly aim. That would be nice. So we have bigger chakrams. Smoke bomb. Fix the bug from the smoke screen finally. Umbro blades projectile speed now affect mode fire to its throwing speed. If it is, would increase their projectile speed. This helps resolve cases where blades are thrown so quickly that the player could recall them before they landed, cause those blades not get recalled or not giving damage. Rogue subskill. Burning Daggers now have 30 base damage from 16 and 150% effectiveness of added damage from 100. So Burning Daggers is going to be good. We can have the Sync Strike Burning Daggers build coming from the Rogue or the Falconer. Or even from the Archer. I believe the Archer will be better. Because we can go for Sync Strike Burning Daggers, Sync Strike, Cinder Strike. So Cinder Strike will create a fan of daggers that will give lots of damage. And we can use Heartseeker to give damage. That could be my build for my first character. Acolyte. I need to drink water. I will get that. Just a second and I will return. We have now one spectator on Twitch, just me. I will return for you. Okay, I'm back. Urlock passive 3. One word decay threshold for 2% necrot resistance. Nerf from 1 per 1. This is a super nerf. Assemble Abomination, Bone Curse. Most of the builds have Bone Curse. Murder now, requires Search over Mortality. You need to understand the skills to talk about them. So I'll just skip. Let's skip. Graphics overview. Let's see the balance. Magic and hair enemies are taller and drop more items, but regular enemies drop items less often. Some of the items from large explosion of loot exchange for extra gold, and the gold drops in multiple piles when a large amount of drops at once. Fix a long-standing bug that calls rare items to the top. Enemies now have 10% more health at level 100, scaling from 0, more at level 20. Exile mates have 5% more health at level 100, and scaling from 54, 5% less health at level 0. Run prison spawns slightly less frequently. Loot lizards spawn less frequently. Loot lizards now take 45 seconds to flee from 40. Magic enemy catch changes. More health. More expected health for level base health. More damage. And more items. Magic enemies are not hair enemies. Okay. Hair enemies. We have more health. More health. 5% more damage. And they drop a 50 more. No, they drop 25% more, almost a 30% more. Player health and ward chance. Health gain per character level has been increased to 10 from 8. This is good. It's like at level 100, it's like 200 bonus health for everyone. Everyone got now 200 bonus health. This is amazing. That the health effects values are slightly higher. Health regenerative effects values are slightly higher. New health and health regenerative. Hybrid health and health regeneration. Stout idols no longer spawn with the added health suffix. Oh, this is bad. Existing effects have been converted to elemental resistance. So you can't have double health idols. So this will make harder to increase health. But we got 200 from here. And this is amazing already. So we can get for health and elemental resistance is really okay. It's okay. Reduce accessibility for word generation from lots of quick hits. Reduce the word retention provided by intelligence to 2% from 4. Buffet the word per second suffixes and add the new word per second and word threshold suffixes. So we have suffix from 4 words now. Potion now heals 10 plus 10 per level. From 50 plus 10 from 50 plus 5. So 150 from 100. So we got at level 100, 50 more health for potions. Affixes. Okay. New affix, word per second, word decay threshold. Added health regeneration. Critical strike suffix available on helmets, gloves, boots, belts, and rings. It now has a hybrid critical strike avoidance and a dead dodge rating. This is good for rogues. Dodge rating added. Okay, dodge rating can come to 170. Dodge rating blessing has been buffed. Shadow of the Eclipse, 600 from 46th. Grand Shadow of the Eclipse, go to 200. Critical Strike Avoidance Blessing is now hybrid critical strike avoidance and a dead dodge rating. The critical strike avoidance values are unchanged, so it can go for 70% and increase dodge rating, so we can get 90 dodge rating and 70 increased critical avoidance. It's something. Adult health suffix available for helmets, body armor, belts, boots, gloves, and shields, rings, helix, and amulets. And we can have those values. Note that below bars are base affix values, tiers for some types, such as amulets and body armor are harder. Amulets give more health, body armors give more health. And their stressful suffix can now only roll on belts. Health regen suffix can no longer roll on gloves. Extra potion, word per second suffix, shared lighting penetration can now appear on daggers. Shared void penetration can appear on daggers, wands, and bows. This is bad for me because I play Blade Dancer. Why would I want a dagger? Shared code penetration can appear on bow. And we do not have volatile zombies summoned on a potion, but we have now bees summoned on a potion use. This is a terrible nerf, because if we're playing an acolyte, you want zombies with potions. Idols do not draw health. Survivalists. Dodge rate, increased health. So increase dodge and health, increase ward and health, increase endurance and health. Enemy balance, general enemy updates. I will not pause word. This is important. Boss ward has been removed from the majority of boss and mini bosses. Timeline bosses, Harbingers, Aberoth, and the Shader Abouts, and final chapter bosses, excluding Orion, have boss words. Chapter bosses that appear on regular echoes. Bosses have more health. Will be easier. Players take 15% less overtime damage. Unique and set items, Baker custom uniques, unique and changes. The problem is that I can't see this here. So let's see the new items in the last Epoch tools. And then I believe we finish it. Here infection updates, I don't know, I need to read this as well. Circle, faction waypoints, let's go here. Okay, let's go for resources, items. And we have here release 1.2. Okay. If you see, there are many changes for items here. Items, prefix, suffixes changes. So 174 items. Release 1, 2, new items, equipment 52. Blight of Lycases. Lots of spell damage, many regeneration, less spell cost for skills. Maximum skeletal mages, level for minion necrotic skills. Level for minion code skills. Level for minion lighting skills. Increased minion damage. And supply Electrify on hit with minion skills. Here's Electrify, it's a base damage. Do lightning damage over time. And Skeletal Mage can become Necrotic, Cold, and Fire. I just think that it does not go for Electric. Unless there is something that changes the tech for Electric. Skill tree. We can have Fire, Pyromancers. We can have Cold and Death Knights. So we can have Fire, Cold, and Necro. And this would increase Skeletal Mages 2, 2, 2, 6, 3 to 6. And if there's anything that make it have lighting tag, we can have it even more Skeletal Mage buffs here. So this is a Skeletal Mage item for playing with spells, not with Harvest. Let's see the belt here. Brewmaster Buckle. Okay, what's happening? It's too big. Here, Brewmaster Buckle. Armor, potion slots. 10% of max health gained as endurance threshold for 4 seconds when you use a potion. So if I have 3000 health, I got 300 endurance threshold when I use a potion. When do you going to use a potion? When you are low in health. So there's not a problem here. And then you get less damage. More health on potion use. If you're going to play Leash, you can double it with a easy. Vitality. Nice. Too much vitality here. Endurance. And potion slots. So this is OP. And we have the chance here. It's possible to drop it LP3. But it's very rare. But LP2 will be common. 3% chance. This is a hair. Obtained from Brew der Kaiser, the Grand Brewery. What's this? It's a Weaver node. Okay, this belt, it's only dropped from the Weaver node, the Grand Brewery. Brawl with the beer in the brewery and emerge victors to claim the Brewmaster Buckle. Defeat the brewer. Brew the Kaiser. You need to be level 90. Can be bought. Yes. 2000 gold. Requires faction 6. So you can buy this and target this item. So I want to drop the Brewmaster Buckle. I go to the faction. Buy this for 2000 gold, place this in the Woven Echo, and win against the Brewmaster, and he will drop 100% chance to drop the Brewmaster Buckle, and the Brewmaster Buckle will have 3.6% to be LP2, and most of the time it would be with no LP. That's okay, 100% chance. Cloton's Needle, Two-Handed Sword, Giant Rapier, 9 melee damage, until 8 melee strike chance. This is the good. Block chance is converted to parry chance while not wielding a shield, because maximum parry chance is 75%. Okay, remember that we can convert our lancing bow for block chance with the rogue. And this is a two-handed sword, but There are two-handed swords builds, even in Falconer. And we then can have 75 parry chance, very easy. Melee critical strike multiplier per meter from the target, up to 5 meters. Per meter. So if I am 5 meters away, very far from the enemy, that will give 5 times 25, 125% damage. If I am only 1 meter, just 25%. 20% increased range with Firebrand and Punctuary. What's Firebrand? Firebrand is a skill. It's here, Firebrand. Oh, it's a mage skill. 90 melee damage. It gives straight and it gives dexterity. It's a really OP two-handed sword that can be used with Punctuary because it increases range, or Firebrand. That are both melee skills. This can be good with Falconer. Not too good with Blade Dancer. But Falconer, it's a good item. And for the mage with Battle Mage. Obtained from Fate Weaver Clotho, Lost Wood Foley, Woven Echo. Okay, let's see. Lost Wood Foley. 30% chance. Up to 45 with increased in rarity. Okay, slay the Roman Fate Weavers among the trails and the woven halls to scatter the Weaver followers across the surrounding echoes. Pack of the Weaver followers in the echoes are more powerful, but drop large amounts of Member Ember. Slay all 3 Fate Weavers. Every Fate Weaver has what's the Fate Weaver Clotho that drops this. Plus, Fate Rated Lachesis can be obtained through Weaving, yes. Can be brought, yes, 1,000 gold, and requires Hank 3. This is not hard, and this is a very good item. Clotho's Needle. Cocooned Amulet contains a random and unique amulet, can become anything. Cocooned Belt can become anything. Cocooned Boots. The Cocooned, you just go. Counterness of Majaza, we saw this in the beginning of the video. Block chance, block effectiveness. Each second every enemy looking at you has 20% chance to be petrified. When you block an enemy hit, it has a 20% to be petrified. Block effectiveness. It has good chance to be LP2, a small chance to be LP3, impossible to be LP4. Tomb of Vessels is a woven echo from Majaza. Let me see if this can be... is a 100% chance of drop chance from the Uber Majaza. It can be brought, we need faction rank 10, and is guaranteed that we're going to drop it. Crystal Wind Quiver, when you still with Quiver, it gives armor, chance to apply shred armor effect. Gain 4 stacks of Crystal Wind per second while moving, and 4 stacks when you evade. Max 8. Directly using a bow attack, consume up to 4 stacks to deal 8 to 15% more damage per stack. It's OP. It's good to have a big skill. 75% chance to slow bosses and hair enemies on hit per stacks of Crystal Wind Consumed. Okay. 5% chance to petrify other enemies on hit per stack of Crystal Wind. Increased movement speed. Whoa. Cooldown recovery speed for evade. And it has small good chance to be LP1, hair chance to be LP2, impossible for the others. It's even possible to drop LP3, but it will be very, very difficult. It's Fall of the Outcast timeline unique set bulk with echo reward. You can drop this in. This can be dropped or Rune of Ascendance with 20% chance. What? Rune of Ascendance 20% chance. Every one of 5 Rune of Ascendance in a Kiver will beat this. Interesting. Hand on drop common. This drop is common. Dominance of the Tundra. Armor evades cast Glacier along its path. This consumes mana equivalent to Glacier's mana cost. It gives straight intelligence, armor, very much armor. Reduced bonus damage takes from critical strikes. Increase evade distance. This is OP because Glacier has long cooldown. It has cooldown or mana. No, consumes mana. Okay, so Glacier has cooldown. Base speed, use duration. No, cooldown 0. So it's not cooldown. And it's going to consume mana, so it's not that good. But as it gives straight and intelligence, it's good for stacking attributes. Increase evade distance, this is good. And reduce bonus damage taken from critical strikes. So this is a way to deal with critical strikes. This is a good helmet. Downfall of the Rituals, the relic, unique cursed bones. It gives fire resistance, increased cursed damage. We do not have a... Oh, we can have in Warlock, but in basic Echo, it's no. It has good increased health. Fire damage over time unleashed as health. Necrotic damage over time unleashed as health. Increased curse damage. Witchfire deals more damage equal to 66% of your increased curse damage. Does more damage. It's OP. Witchfire is what? You fires and necrotic damage over time. From where this comes, this is very OP. Let me see. Augment sources. Green Blades Dolmen. What's this? Warlock passive 3. When you get Ignite Overload, Damage Overload, all Ignite and damage enemies within 15 meters are inflicted with Witchfire. So this is the way to... It's spread Witchfires during overloads. It's hard. You need to self-inflict some things of Warlock. Things of Warlock. Maybe this will happen. I didn't play Warlock yet. Poison resistance, cold resistance, potion slots. Your critical strike chance also applies to your potion uses. When a potion use crits, the health and ward immediately gain from its multiplied by percent of your critical strike multiplier. 20%, 25% critical strike multiplier applied to potions. Health gained on potion use, ward gained on potion used, critical strike chance, critical strike multiplier. There's a belt giving critical strike multiplier and give you also good health regeneration. And it comes from a random drop common. It has 8% in a Rune of Ascendance chance. It requires level 40. Okay. Essence Weaver. It's a Weaver item. Melee damage, chance to apply shred armor on melee hit. Weaver will unique item, can't have legendary potential. Yes, Weaver will unique item, can't have legendary potential. So the Clotos Needle is a Weaver item. And here we have the second one, the second weapon, Ascent's Weaver. It gives 94 melee damage, applied shred armor melee hit. Gain a stack of elemental essence when you directly use a melee attack and hit at least one enemy, up to 9 times per 3 seconds. At 9 stacks of elemental essence, consume all stacks of to randomly cast Smite, Frostclaw, or Stormbolt at a nearby enemy per essence consumed. Smite, Frostclaw, or Stormbolt. Stats on this item are tripled for casts which consume elemental essence. Spell damage 57. Increased elemental damage, increased mana regen. Smite is fire spell attunement. Frostclaw, Stormbolt, lightning spell area attunement. And I believe Frostclaw does not stack with attunement. Frostclaw. Too big. The info, I have to open another tag here. Code spell area intelligence. So if you want to make good use of it, you have to have intelligence and attunement, elemental damage, and have good attack speed. Directly use a melee attack, so you can't use this with Cole's Bolt and Harvest. I was just thinking of this. So you have 3 attacks per second. For 3 attacks per second, you need 100 attack speed. Hello, Spox. Be welcome. Oh, this is a very good weapon. It's if you have 100 attack speed, most of the melee attacks will have 3 attacks per second. So you can stack 9 times. Oh, in 1 second you can make this. Every second you cast Smite, Frostclaw, Stormbolt 1 time, and you give your hits for melee damage, normal with that skill. And if it's a melee skill with spell damage as well, like paladins and mages and primalists often have skills like this that have melee and spell tag. This will be OP. The most OP version of this is the something that strikes quickly. So if you strike too much, you're going to use this very, very, very. And it also has increased elemental damage and spell damage and mana regeneration. This mana regeneration here is almost like a tier 7 mana regeneration. This is very OP. And then is a woven item. So if we get like 10 Weaver Wheel here, and have one in any tier 7, let's say that you got a tier 7 increased elemental damage, or tier 7 increased, let's say, I believe elemental damage would be the best, but if you get like tier 7 critical chance per melee attack, that's not good because the spell are not going to crit, but let's just think. Tier 7 critical chance, 300 critical chance would be good. You get a prism lens in the helmet, so you get more crit chance base. And you can go for crit and attack speed. If you get attack speed buff here, you can get 80% attack speed. And already give 3 attacks per second. And there are skills that attack more than those per second, so that's usable. I can see this in any of the 3 classes here. Even in acolytes using Harvest, that can be usable. That can be usable. Less, because we're not going to focus on attunement, but if you're going to stack damage, elemental damage, and things like spell damage, that can be used. Gordon Prism of Hand Catalyst, unique glass catalyst. Okay, only gives a small intelligence buff. Direct. It's a woven? No, it has legendary potential. So let's see. Directly cast 3 rune invocations. I will cast Grand Prism Nova instead. Grand Prism Nova, it's a skill for the Rune Master. Okay, so this is for Rune Master that wants to always go for Grand Prism Nova. Grand Prism Nova base damage is converted based on the runes used to invoke it. For example, if we invoke the 2 Ra runes and 1 Hell rune, 2/3 of the base damage will be fire and 1/3 will be cold. I believe it's that 3 rays that comes from you. I believe it's that skill. If this is what I'm thinking, it's good to have just one elemental and focus on this and have this burning everyone around you. Run Prism Nova against, or is that go 3 Novas? That can be that as well. That go 3 Novas. You place the. I played very. How can I say? For a low time with the Rune Master. There's a rune skill that plays 3 Novas when you use it, but so then you can have 3 Novas of that. So one of the two, and you have to check it. Grand Prism Nova gains chance to ignite shock and shield per rune. So directly cast 3 rune invocations. It's fast to do it. 10% not consume runes when invoking per unique rune. The unique runes are how go effects based on runes will still apply. Oh, you can double cast with 30% if you use 3 different runes, 20% if you use 2 different runes, and 10% with only 1 rune. Elemental damage or decay threshold. It's not bad. It's not bad. So let's see the Grand Prism Nova here. Grand Prism Nova. This is create a massive burst of fire, cold, and lightning damage that will hit all enemies around you. That spell damage applies at 600 effectiveness, and it gives 40 fire, 40 cold, 40 lightning. So with this, we go only for 1 elemental. It will give 120 with 6. Whoa, this is too much damage. What are they doing there? 600% of 120, and if you crit it, this can go for like. This can hit 1,000,000 damage. Very easy. You can hit 1,000,000 damage with this. LP 0, LP, LP, LP. And with lucky, we can have LP 4, but it's okay to find a LP 3 of this. Then you place some critical and elemental damage, spell damage, things like this, and this will be good. Offhand Catalyst for Rune Master. Grasp of the Blood Mage. It's okay, it's a unique. It gives armor, increased cooldown, recovery speed. 20 to 25% of hit damage taken from bosses and hair enemies is dealt over 4 seconds stats. Oh, nice! It's equal the item from League of Legends that you're going to bleed the damage you have been hitted, so you don't die at the moment. So you transform this percent of the damage in ailment that will damage you over 4 seconds, and then you can heal and recover it. Chance to apply bleed on spell hit. So it's a spell-based item. 1% of spell damage listed as health. 2 to 4 spell critical strike chance. Whoa! 250% of mana spent reflected to you as damage. What? This does not count as being hit and is not affected by any mitigation effects. If this effect would kill you, it instead leaves you with 1 health. Well, this is good for low health, or if you're going to use health to cast, or if you have low mana low mana skills to use it. This can give lots of damage to you. Let's say you use 100 mana. No. Most of the builds you use like 15 to 20 mana per second, so this will give you 250% of that. So the low mana cost builds will deal about 30 to 70 damage per second. Okay, it's bearable. But if you are going to use something that uses 100 mana, that would good you deal 250 damage to yourself each second. It's not very profitable. This can be risky in high cost mana builds. But for low cost mana builds, it's okay. It's okay for low cost. Or health for acolytes. Health cost. It's okay. Immortal Vice gives good armor, 211. Armor mitigation applies for damage over time, OP. It's a unique Eternal Gloves. Eternal Gauntlets. It's a new type of gauntlets. Okay. 25 to 30% of hit damage taken from bosses and hairy enemies are dealt over 4 seconds. That's same from this. Same thing from here. You got a helmet that gives you damage. While you have more than 10% of your maximum health as delayed damage. Damage to health below your endurance threshold is reduced by 30%. Hard to understand this. Let's say I have 3,000 health. So if I have more than 300 health, if I got below 900 health, no, if I got the endurance threshold, I reduce it by extra 30%. Let's say I have 60% endurance, so I will reduce damage by 60, and then I will reduce for more 30% multiplicative. So it's not additive. It will not be 90%, but just say like something like 75% less damage. Increased melee damage, increased melee attack speed. It's good because you can have 26. A tier 7 gloves with attack speed is 30 at maximum. Melee damage listed as health, good. Good gives health, good. Gives straight, good. Armor or damage for some skills. And we can have it LP1 at good chance, LP2 with hair chance. Obtain it from? We don't know yet. Aberoth, baby. Aberoth, maybe. We don't know from where this comes, but it's a very strong gloves. Immortal Vice. Let's take note. We don't know. Who drops Immortal Vice glove? New unique. Inheritance of the Erased. It's an amulet with Weaver's Will. It comes from the Woven Firstborn, from the Cenotophathy's words. Cenotophathy can be brought with 3,000 gold and acquire faction 9. Okay, and this amulet, I believe it's going to be used in everyone. That builds health. Less damage taken from over time. Every 10 seconds, a random minion is chosen, receiving Frenzy, and 200% of the stats of this item. For how much seconds? Chosen buff lasts 10 seconds. So if you have only one minion, that minion will be every time frenzied. And will receive 200% of this increased health regen and void resistance, plus the Weaver Wheel benefits from the affixes here. So if you get, by example, tier 7 critical strike multiplier, your minion will also get critical strike multiplier. But this item, even if you don't have a minion, it increases your health by 13%. Amazing. It's a tier 7 increased health buff. It increases your health regeneration almost double it. And gives void resistance and decreased damage from overtime damage taken. And can be target, and you can have many of this, so you can target this and sell at the market. I believe I will play Merchant's Guild. I would like to see more support for melee rogues and mages, both really struggle with survivability. Well, by what I saw, Grasp of the Blood Mage is good for melee mages. Inheritance, let me just place a sound bell here. When if there is someone watching, just say me hi in the chat. Just let me try something. Mana Guide. We have more mana. While channeling focus, you move towards your current target location at 8% our normal movement speed. So you can channel focus. What's focus? Focus. Hold ability K to channel. While you channel, you have 100% increased mana regen and gain word per second. After channeling for exactly 1 second, you recover 10% of your mana and gain a burst of 40 mana and ward. I didn't play mage with focus before because I thought that would terrible skill for my run master, and I even touched it. So while channeling focus, you cast Lightning Blast once per second. Each cast consumes 100% Lightning Blast damage and cost only occurs if you have more than 0 mana. Mana regeneration from focus is half as effective. You have 50% less armor while channeling focus. What? Increased mana regen. I can't regenerate mana while I'm channeling. Remember this. Ward per second while channeling, this is good. Ward decay threshold, so this is good. Lightning resistance and lightning blast is this skill is the melee basic skills, and you only cast 1 time per second. 1 time per second. If it has something like increased cooldown and then you can cast it indefinitely by 1 second, that would be good. Let's just check the tree and see if the item is good or not. I will just say to you, I have to pass. I can't say cooldown here. No, there's nothing like cooldown increase and then you mana. Oh, mana. Maybe you want to save mana. Mana cost per second 40. Channeled attack, so it's not here. Cannot chain and cost 0. And here we have maximum additional chains and cost 3 per point. It has a base speed of 1.5, 1.5 basically. Well, the chain one would be the best, I believe. Additional chains. So it's good for mapping, maybe. You could use this item for mapping. It has to be tested in game. So if we're going to play a lighting mage, try it. And remember, this is a level 30 item, so you can use it in low level characters. Mantle of the Pale Ox. Body armor. Low armor, increased healing effectiveness. Damage redirected to your highest health minion. So when you're going to be hit, this percent of the damage go to your minion. And if you have a tank minion, that will be better. Or if you want, you can just let it die and cast it again. Or if you have a bee, the damage go for the bee. And the bee dies, and no problem. Someone other. So this is a good way to mitigate damage. So if you mitigate 24% damage to a bee, this is amazing. Increase the health for you and your minions. Good. It's a lot. It's a lot. A tier 7 gives 36% increased health. With 32, if you get this at maximum, you can get 68 increased health for you. 68% with one item. OP. Increased movement speed. OP. Straight. OP. Level of minion straight skills. OP. It's for Primalist. It has class. No, anyone can equip it, but Primalists and Force Guards summoner. This will be a really good item for them. Primalist that summon a bear, by example, can have the bear almost immortal with this. And then redirect the damage for the bear. Acolytes can redirect damage for the abomination or golems. Primalists, no, the forged guards can, the forged armors can redirect damage and have increased health. And you are going to get +1 or 2 to that minion level. OP. We got easy LP1, good chance LP2, very, very, very rare chance LP3, impossible LP4. And have a good chance with Rune of Ascendance. Okay. Nest of Nightmares, one-handed X, and it is Weaver Will item, so it can get Weaver things, got random affixes. Melee damage, melee critical strike multiplier, good. Chance to inflict spiders on melee hit per equipped Weaver Will item. Spiders are at the buff that add 5% chance to be critically hit. It stacks up to 4 times and lasts 4 seconds. So it can gives you a 5% chance to be critically hit. And then you can multiply it by your critical strike chance. Let's say that you have 4 spiders in your enemy. So you have 5 base crit chance more 4 spiders with 400 crit chance. You're already going to be 100 critical chance. But remember, you have to inflict the spiders first. So chance to inflict spiders in melee hit. This can be used in rogues with synchronized strike. So you synchronize its strike, inflict spiders, and critical vulnerability. It's the same thing basically. And then rotate for Shadow Casket or Lethal Mirage with guaranteed critical strikes. And you don't have to invest a lot in critical hits. This is possible. Damage list has health on melee hit for you and your minions. This is OP as well. Melee critical strike multiplier for you and your minions. So we have 90 maximum here plus 45 here for one-handed weapon. Depending of the Weaver Will here, we can have a very powerful mace. A very powerful mace. I don't like to have mace on rogues, but it's possible. Ailment sources only from here. Okay, by now. Maybe they will change the rogue blade dancer passive tree. Two-handed split great sword of the Fang looks like it's a weaver as well. Yes, it has. Oh, Rune of Ascendance has great chance of of doing it, of creating that, of 13% chance. Basically, 1 in 9 or 8 will give one of this. It's bad. It's a two-handed sword with only 30 melee damage. What? 30 melee damage?
Mari Phillips says, looking for custom designs 2D/3D models, banners, overlays, PFPs, thumbnails, intros, outros, and more. Let's turn your vision into reality.
Okay, is my make working? Yes. I'm doing this, I have to think a bit. Let's change the title for creating builds. Okay, let's see here. Okay, let's go. Elemental Arrows, Storm Fletcher. We need to go for concentration. We have 19 points only. Oh, it's really hard to do it without a bow. We need to equip a bow here. Mana regen and mana. Use a skill that costs 0 mana. You hit an enemy, you regain mana, but bow attacks cost more mana. Okay, this is okay. If you're going to be this, marksman's not good for this. Marksman's all about bow. You have to equip a bow. You have to equip a bow. It's all about a bow. It's all about bows. So let's see the bows. We don't need bow damage. Critical strike chance, cards charge for shift, ward gain when you use shift, smoke bomb, ward gain when you use smoke bomb. Critical strike chance. It's not bad, shadow string. Critical strike, open dive bomb arrow. Nope. Fire damage with a spell and attacks. Level of fire skills, increase attack and cast speed with fire skills. Critical strike chance with fire skills. Chance to cast Dragonfire on crit. It's possible to be this one, Dragon Song. Mana, cold, physical. Go physical damage for minions, maximum ballistas. We're not going for this one. Gathering free. When you directly use a bow ability, you have chance to repeat it. We don't go for this. Bow critical strike chance, not good. Movement speed. Moving after attack grants flight. Mode shot. Poison, I don't want poison. Physical bow damage, you don't bow damage. Cold bow, cold spell, cold pen. The only one, there are two bows that we can use. We can use Shadow String, critical strike chance, and ward. Critical strike chance, ward, and smoke bomb. Then we have also the Dragon Song. Fire damage for spell and attacks, level of fire skill. This will increase shuriken damage with fire. Dragonfire on crit. It's not shuriken. This is not for shuriken, but for Cinder Strike Dagger. And this one can be played with shuriken, Shadow String. So let's play with shurikens. Shadow String. For the boots, we have stealth, so we're going to play smoke bomb build. This will increase our critical chance with throwing. That would be nice. Let's see if we have another good belt here. Bro, Master Buckle. Strand of Souls. As this one maybe. Well, this is very powerful. In a mana build. Plus 100 melee fire damage. This is too much. Orion's Void. And we don't need this. We can change it for Viper's Tail. But the best one would be the Jungle Queen of Shaps, I believe. Dexterity, potion. Dexterity and lots of potions. Then we go for Zarek. Yes, we go for Zarek set affixes. Zarek. Let's just check Zarek affixes here. Or if I'm going to use this. Melee critical strike, throwing critical strike at full health. Increased movement, increased leech height. Level 52. We can go for this. We can place Zarek here. Stealth is hard to get it at level 2, but We can get the set affixes there. This will increase 54 necrotic throwing damage. So for this build, I have to take note for this. Marksman throwing build. Xeric ambition. Easy. No, I will create easy to go builds. I will not create endgame builds, but easy to go builds. This Harvinger's Dart here, it's common. Yes, it's common. So it's easy to find. Shadow String is easy to find. This is hair as fuck. So we are not going to use it. Let's go for Xeric. I will change the build. Xeric. Well, set. Xeric ambition. Xeric. We could go for the craft here, but dodge and Xeric. Dodge damage over time leashed. Crit. Xeric, great. We're going to use the Xerics. We don't need Elecos. All resistance, movement, speed, and potion slot. Eleco is common. Common. Failed to level marksman. And here we have a quiver. Quiver. Lancing blow na hit.
Peixoto Carlos 1.
Salve,
Noite,
peixe.
Max.
Salve. Chance to apply bleed. Health mana.
Peixoto Carlos 1. Até que enfim largou o LOL em.
Larguei. Cansei. Apply bleed on ball. Frostbite, cold, freeze, cold, cold. No, I want fire. Lighting.
Peixoto Carlos 1. Muito mais jogo esse.
Verdade, vou tirar a vozinha aqui. Poi 2? Pô, Poi 2 custa grana, não tem ainda não. Mas ele tá. Como é que eu posso falar? Desenvolvimento ainda, então eu nem. Vou esperar. Vou ficar jogando. Eu não gosto de jogar jogo muito assim em desenvolvimento, não. É uma chave? Eu não gosto de jogar, cara, em desenvolvimento. Porque aí você joga, aí depois você joga de novo, aí você joga de novo, aí quando lança você não quer jogar mais. Eu prefiro esperar quando o negócio estiver lá no 08, pelo menos. A gente tá no 02 ainda, mano. Eu quero jogar o No Rest for the Wicked. Tá, mas não tá? Eu quero jogar o No Rest for the Wicked. No Rest for the Wicked vai vir dia 27. Eu tenho ele. E vai ter um patch gigantesco. E agora eu tenho o Boosteroid. Aí eu consigo jogar. No meu PC mesmo não jogava, não. Mas deixa eu ver isso aqui. Apply blind on bow, void, low health. I don't have bow. Void damage. Crystal Wind. This one is very easy to get. Shred armor on hit, shred armor effect, armor. 4 stacks of Crystal Wind while moving. Directly cast a bow attack. Consumes up to 4 stacks of Crystal Wind. More damage, okay. Chance to slow bosses and hair enemies. On hit per stack of Crystal Wind. Petrify, increases the movement, increases... I like it, the affixes, the implicits, but the modifiers are not good for the build. Max Roll tem builds do Last Epoch? Tem. Não deve ter ainda do novo patch, né, mano? Eles devem estar criando agora as builds. Só dia 17, então, é. Eu tô criando build aqui para o próximo patch, pô. Cara, não tem uma que presta. Tudo é bow, velho. Tem como usar bow e shield ao mesmo tempo? Tá travando aqui. Acho que não, hein. Travou. Eu acho que eles vão lançar as builds ainda. Demora um pouco. Tem jeito. Tô travando o site. Hum. Esse aqui ficaria legal de você ficar petrificando a galera. Nossa, throwing marksman vai ser muito difícil, cara, de fazer, pô. Tem como equipar arco com escudo mesmo? Face the mountains, good. We can use this. We can use the credit of the raised. Close call. We're gonna have a LP for close call. Where are the riot lights? Fire damage and fire damage, less fire damage taken. Fire resistance. Unique catalysts. There are the rogue ones here. Let me check. No. Needs to be something like this. Spell critical strike chance. Intelligence cast speed. This is for shurikens. We can go for lighting shurikens. Let's see the lighting bow here. Cold vocal spell, cold pen. With cold draw, it's not possible. Dragon Song. Dragon Song is the best here. Let's play Dragon Song with the Quiver. Let's see, Quiver. Oh. We're not going for Dark Cleaver. It's this one. It's this one, bros. So we're not going for fire one, we're going for this one. Lighting throwing damage. Finally. Oh, critical strike multiplier. Lighting and bow attack. Your next throw with 2 seconds will get extra damage and lighting penetration. So we will need. Right, now I can return here and get some bow skills. Let's try. We need critical strike chance. Critical vulnerability. Oh. I can't. Oh no. I surrender. That's not my build, bros. Not what I want. Ugh. It's not what I want. So we need cast speed or throwing attack speed. Think max. Heartseeker now counts as a throwing skill. And scales with throwing damage instead of bow damage. Okay, so we can play with Heartseeker instead of Shuriken. And see the build, and let's see the skills. What skills would be good for electric Heartseeker? That's not possible. Heartseeker here. Throwing. If I want to use the Zerial's Hunt, would be best to have the Shuriken electrical Shuriken. We need this. Oh, builds will become very expensive. Very expensive. Villager's Code. I will not create this build now. The throwing one, but oh, I will just skip it. Let's just skip it. We can't play this. We can't play lighting throwing damage. Okay, shurikens are now good. We can try them. And we can throw shurikens with smoke bomb. And that would be nice with rogue. Zerial's Hunt. We're going to create lots of shadows with the smoke bomb. Then we throw the chakrans, the extra chakrans by shadows. And we use some bow skills to recover mana or help in the process. Lighting bow damage. And we don't need Heartseeker here. Throwing damage with Heartseeker per 5 dexterity. If you get 100 dexterity, this can give me 20, 24, 8. 80 throwing damage, it's a lot. 80 throwing damage, but I lost bow damage. We have bows with lots of bow damage. 60. 60 bow damage. I believe the cold one will be good, and the fire with Dragon Song will be really good. Dragon Song will be really OP for a normal Heartseeker build. I would just make the Heartseeker build here without the throwing. I will try throwing after. Let's play throwing after. Let's just give up this. Got some fire belt. It's not the Zuran spell and for necrotic skills. Okay, it's not viable. Bow. Nothing like bow here. And let's see the Dragon Songs build in Maxrow. I want to learn more about the marksman. Tier lists. Endgame and corruption. We have marksman, Dragon Song. Oh, I need to go here for builds. Let's see if we already have some 1.2. No. 1.2. No, the builds are not coming yet. April 10. Okay, so Dragon Song builds. Cinder Strike, Dragonfire Endgame. I want just to check this in the planner. Okay, let's see. Dragon Song. Your slot bow hit, more damage slow at enemies, increased bow attack speed, dexterity, chance to apply. We have dexterity, health, and a Castro. We have Peak of the Mountain for increased critical strike chance, but he will not leech from critical strike, that's bad. Oracle Amulet, critical strike multiplier, dexterity, health. How do he covers health here? Critical strike multiplier levels in the strike. Health, and damage while wielding a bow. Dragon Self with critical strike and bow critical strike speed. There's 6 critical strike multiplier. Will be easy to crit with Cinder Strike. So the build, it's easy to play in equipment in the way it is. Let's see the passives. Okay. Cover mana, dodge rating. Marksman. You go full over here, go full over here. So critical. Also every 10 seconds. Only 1 point. Fall damage, increase damage take from nearby enemies, okay. Requires a melee weapon. Okay. Let's build this. Let's build this. We don't have the builder yet. Let's see if the builder here is better. There is a somewhere here that I can create builds. Last Epoch planer. Let's see in the marksman. I want to see the skill. If there's hurt seekers here. Okay, so maybe I could use here. Oh, let's see the helmet uniques. Let's see if there's the unique I want here. Dominance of the Tundra. No, 1.2 is not here yet. Kukumit helmet. That's bad. Who is watching? No one? So I'm turning off. I will create those builds in myself. I tired of speaking. Thank you a lot for waiting.